think we have everyone, right? Yes. Okay, it is 6:01 now, September 10th, and I am calling our Mercer Island School Board September 10th meeting to order, regular meeting. Looking for a motion to establish the agenda.
I move we establish the agenda as published.
Seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please indicate in some way
Aye.
you're in agreement with the agenda as published. And I vote yes. Any no? Seeing none, the agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0. And I will pass it over to Donna for recognition of our new student representative.
So it is my privilege tonight to introduce officially our junior student representative to the school board, joining us for her swearing in on this wonderful occasion. So Morgan, I hope that you're able to see the oath of office in front of you. I will read and then you will repeat back. Can you find it? Or we can just try the repeating, but I want to make sure you...
Where is it located again?
Go on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And then click on the swearing in, and you should see the attachment right there.
Oh, yes. I think I see it. Oh, yes. Okay, I see it.
We'll do it after you've had the oath. We'll have you introduce us as well. It's great to see them there. All right, are you ready, Morgan? Here we go. I will read the first part. You, of course, will state your name. So having been selected to be a student representative on the board of directors of the Mercer Island School District.
I, Morgan Dawson, having been selected to be a student representative on the board of directors of the Mercer Island School District.
Do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties and responsibilities of this office.
Do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties and responsibilities of this office
to the best of my ability and as prescribed by board policy and procedure 1250.
To the best of my ability and as prescribed by board policy and procedure 1250.
Congratulations. Welcome to our board team.
Thank you.
Let's take the opportunity to introduce you. I'm so glad they could make it.
Yeah. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you for sharing her with us, Mom and Dad. We appreciate it.
Okay, congratulations, Morgan. I know, it's unusual that we've had so much contact with you and you've participated so much during this time, which we obviously appreciate. So it doesn't feel like anything's different, but now you're official, so congratulations. And we will move on to public input. During the state mandated district closures and social distancing in response to COVID-19, all public input should be submitted by email to the board email address. We are continuing to do that, and we actually have it on our agenda for, is it today? Yes, for today to discuss whether or not we want to, I was just making sure to make sure that this is how we want to continue, or to discuss if there's other options moving forward from today. We have received quite a number of emails, and I can promise the community that our board directors have reviewed each of them. Moving on to our student representative report. Paul and Morgan, take it away.
Hi, everyone. We hope everyone here has had a great start to the new school year. We're super excited to work with you throughout this year and continue to advocate for student voice, as it will certainly be a year like no other.
So we decided with our first report to not speak about each school individually, but rather to share some key takeaways and activities from the first 2 weeks across the entire school district.
With the district starting the school year in a red learning model, as you know, the schools have certainly grown and adapted to the new environment. At our elementary schools, kindergartners and their parents got opportunities to visit and meet their teacher in an in-person, socially distanced fashion.
Islander Middle School set up an online learning page with links to several faculty-made videos to help new sixth graders, parents, and all students navigate the new school year in a more organized fashion.
Although an online learning model, several of the buildings are open for teachers and faculty to work out of, as well as activities like Fee and Photo Day and yearbook drop-off. It will be interesting to see how students and faculty take advantage of some in-person opportunities in the future.
So student support has been a really large focus for staff this year. All schools are scheduling in extra time for students to meet with teachers and receive the emotional and academic support that they need. For example, high schoolers have now 2 Islander hour periods per week, and the tech department also helped set up a school district Zoom account for each student so that they could join all their classes and meetings.
The high school DECA chapter started a marketing campaign with the slogan, "Dominate Virtually," to help rebrand and create a positive outlook on the benefits of online learning this year. They've used posters, flyers, interviews, and more to spread their message.
The PTSA has also organized a campaign to help support our seniors to give them a memorable senior year. Road signs with the slogan, "Virtually Indestructible," were delivered and set up outside the doors of seniors' houses.
So a little shout out to us. Earlier this week, we were interviewed by the Marchand Reporter about our position and the importance of student advocacy and voice within decision making. The article will debut in a couple of weeks, so be on the lookout for that.
The ASB groups have been hard at work this year. With fall sports being moved to the spring, high school leadership has been working to maintain and encourage school spirit by organizing a spirit week. They're also working on creating a kind of fun homecoming and welcome video.
All 5 schools have been working on their virtual curriculum nights, so that is something to look forward to in the next couple of weeks. Lastly, I want to thank all of the teachers and faculty for working so hard over the summer to help design curriculum and activities to help best serve our students. Thank you, and go Islanders.
Thank you, Morgan and Paul. We look forward to hearing more reports, especially as we cannot see each other in person, but hearing what's happening around the district. We are next at 1F, Superintendent Report.
So we have several updates. We do really want to focus on that school has opened and what are some of the things that have gone well. We have a tough act to follow. Our student reps gave you a great report of a lot of things that have occurred in the short time that we've been open. We would like to highlight a few others, and you can see we have some staff here to highlight some of the things that have occurred, especially this week. And then we'll talk about some of the hiccups and some of the challenges that we are going to be overcoming in the next couple of days, and then some news moving forward. As you know, we're in a 3-week planning process and reviewing the data, and so we'll talk a little bit about that as well. But first, let's start with the start of school and some of the great things that happened. Like I said, our students mentioned many of the activities that have been ongoing, but this week on Tuesday, being a short week, we started some in-person instruction for our students who are most impacted, and so we have some directors from our special ed department who are going to talk to us a little bit about that. Fred, do you want to go, or do you want to just hand it over to Sue Ann?
Let's just take it right over to Sue Ann.
Fred, do you have the slides up?
I do not, but I can here in just a second. Give me just a moment. All right. Should be up now.
Perfect. So we'll just go to slide 2. So we are very happy to report that we have been providing in-person services since August 3rd. So starting August 3rd, we did assessments. So those students who were in need of an evaluation with our school psychs, our OTs, PTs, our speech therapists, and our facilities helped us set that up. Our custodians have been amazing. It's been a definite team effort to clear up and make sure that all of our assessments are compliant and completed before our final goal is the end of September. But we are almost there, and we're really processing now all the new transfers in, because we've had more transfer ins this year in special ed than we have had in the past 3 or 4 years. So we do have students coming back from private school or from other places this year. On September 2nd, school started with the virtual and in-person or asynchronous learning. And on September 8th, we brought in 41 students. So our IEP teams and our special ed services have been working extremely hard. And again, we are meeting the individual needs of the students. And so we had to hold IEP team meetings, work with the parents, go through a decision matrix to look at the goals and student progress with remote learning, and make a determination of what goals were necessary and essential and needed to be provided in person right away. And so we have 41 students taking advantage of that service, and we're very proud of our special ed teams who are teaching remotely and in person for these 41 students. And that is ECSCS age 3 through 21. Through this, we've been concerned and making sure that our staff and students are safe. So students have daily attestations. The spreadsheets are shared with the bus drivers, the school admin, and the special ed admin, and we check that to make sure that students are completing those attestations. To my knowledge, we've had one student fail the attestation, not from COVID, but from something else, and not come in. But we're getting those notifications daily. We have distributed personal protective equipment. So we had washable jackets that the nurses help us pick out so that we have PPE for our staff, especially staff that might be working closer with students. And we have purchased and are using face masks, cloth ones. We have see-through ones for our students who are deaf and hard of hearing. We have a variety of type of masks up to and including the KN95 mask. And the nurses were involved in every IEP meeting. And the nurses listened to the families, read the health care plans if a student had one, worked with the staff on what PPE was needed, and the nurses really were an essential component of making sure that staff or students were safe. We also provided face shields for staff as well. Our nurses worked with the special ed team to provide multiple training opportunities. We had live training where teachers and parents could ask questions. We had recorded training, so if someone couldn't make it or they wanted to hear it again, they could. We also provided trainings for parents and students, like welcome back to school, here's how you wear a mask. And the nurses did all of that to make sure our families felt safe coming in as well. Our nurses met with our teachers and our paras. They had the schedule for in-person services, and our nurses were there on site answering questions from staff in real time as they were working with students. And our nurses continue to check in with our special ed teachers and paras and students to make sure everyone is feeling comfortable. And that is an ongoing process. So,
Are you gonna talk transportation or no?
I don't need to, other than our transportation has been amazing scheduling and routing our 41 students, because very few of them have the same schedules. And our transportation department did a heavy lift helping us get our students with disabilities to school. So we're very proud of everyone who has come together to make this happen.
And I would just add, I know that it really was all of the team members, working together collaboratively, and certainly Beth and Sue-Ann and Hannah were integral parts of that as the leaders, but working and assembling the staff to all work together was fantastic. So thank you to everyone who made it all happen.
Fred, would you like to talk a little bit about My Online, since that also had, I believe, an enthusiastically attended event?
Sure. So we have been able to support a number of our students, kindergarten through 12th grade. As you might recall, we've been mainly a service provider for high school students with one-off courses. And while we're not looking for a major long-term development of a full comprehensive online school, as you might see with some of our neighboring districts, larger districts, we have found partners in them to be able to offer some learning opportunities for our students. We still have some students who are taking singleton courses at the high school, but then we have just under 50 students, K-8, who have chosen to take a comprehensive opportunity to learn with our providers. So we have them launched now. Not all of them started at the exact same time because they follow the different schedules of our partners, but we had curriculum nights, if you will, with families yesterday in elementary and in our middle school with one of our providers. And then we just are underway with another one of our providers who started this week. So it is a learning process. We are learning a tremendous amount along the way. And some of our families have even already decided that it isn't the right fit for them and have actually dropped and come back and decided that the Red Remote option was the right thing for them after all. So not only are we learning, but I think our families are learning, you know, what's the right place for their child and them as a family. But exciting that we were able to launch it in such a short amount of time. And we will look to make it a successful year for these students and then bring them back when they're in a position and feeling more comfortable in the learning environment.
So some other good news is we've had lots of social media outreach. Craig has done a great job. He always does at the beginning of the year. It's been a little bit more of a challenge this year in putting out the first day of school, the My First Day of School hashtag, but we have been able to put that out, and we've had good response and positive feedback on our student engagement and student attendance. So the schedules seem to be working well. Students are excited. Staff are really doing a great job of engaging students in this remote environment. I visited schools. They looked very different and I will say felt very different, but the teachers that were teaching in the building, it was just a joy to watch them in their art and craft, teaching their students. Some of them are using big screens and so they can see all their kids. It was exciting to see, and I think everyone's feeling really positive about the remote learning. I do need to be the bearer of some not such great news. Yes, we've got good engagement and attendance, but we, along with all of our colleague districts in the region, was in a superintendent's meeting yesterday and heard from everyone in the King and Pierce County area. We've all experienced a decline in enrollment that is more than what we had anticipated. We have experienced that as well. It is below what our projections even were. We had projected a slight decline, as you might recall, when we built our budget. And up until really the first day of school, we were continuing, our registrars were doing a great job of trying to reach out to parents. But there's a standard saying in education, and every principal knows it, and every superintendent goes by it. It's when you see the whites of their eyes. And so we did have a lot of shifting on the first day, and we are down about 200 students. We're going to continue to watch this and monitor this. Again, we're at the very beginning of the year, and so we will need to be accounting for this and making adjustments as we move forward. I'm going to ask Fred to do an update on our iPad situation. I know I sent the board kind of a quick text. Hey, just so you know, we had some issues today. I literally was in my office, and our director of transportation was literally on the run across our parking lot several times during the day in trying to troubleshoot this connectivity problem for our iPads. Fred, do you want to give a full update on that?
Sure. The reason why Andrews isn't here tonight, like he would normally be posted up in his usual spot, is he's working behind the scenes right now, trying to resolve an issue that started earlier today, and that, you know, we now have a full understanding of the magnitude. Essentially, this only affects kindergarten through 8th grade students. And it looks like it's about a third of the iPads that we distributed out for our K-8 students. I won't bore you with all the details, but the long and short is that we were making enhancements and updates to the content filter on the devices, and we were following all of our usual protocols, and then there was a glitch. And that small glitch, for whatever reason, impacted a third of our K-8 iPads. And so those iPads lost connectivity to the internet. We have notified all of our staff members, K-8, with a memo, kind of giving them an update on what's happening. And certainly, you know, our apologies for any impact this could have had today. Already received some great feedback from some teachers that were very kind about it, saying, you know, we had some students with some problems. It was no big deal. We punted, we made it work. Some of our families that reached out and said, well, we just rolled onto a different device to make it work. But it's not certainly what what Andrews, he takes a tremendous amount of pride, along with the entire department who supports the instructional technology, and they never want this to happen. But essentially what we're doing is we are reaching out to all of the families through a robocall as well as a personal email tonight. We have a survey that we've pushed out to them. Any student who depends upon their school provided iPad as their sole way to get connected will have the opportunity to either pick up an iPad tomorrow morning, or we will deliver it and bring it right to their home so that students can maintain connectivity tomorrow. Those who can continue to learn but will need the update, we're asking that they drop off the iPad tomorrow at their neighborhood school, or for middle schoolers, if they drop it off at IMS. If that's not possible, we've asked them just to contact us and we'll figure out a way to get it. Then this weekend, we will fix all of the errors. We essentially need to touch every piece of equipment, make a change, and then we will have them ready for distribution on Monday. I've been talking to Patrick Rock, our Director of Transportation. He's already reaching out to some of our drivers who are going to help support this effort to both collect and then get iPads back out there as we depend upon everyone to make it all work. So it's not what we wanted. We're certainly apologize to our community for this, but we are working extremely hard right now to get it fixed as quickly as possible.
Any questions about the iPad and the connectivity piece before we move on? Make it time.
Yeah, I just wondered what the hours are for families to drop off the iPads tomorrow.
Yep. So they can drop them off between 8 and 4. We will have people at the schools all day, and we've let them know that if those times don't work because of their working hours or whatnot, we'll make alternate arrangements with them. But it's 8 to 4 all day long. And then we'll be working Saturday and Sunday, so we'll be taking them on Saturday as well if needed.
And I'm going to be purchasing a new pair of running shoes for Director Ronser. He is good. He has been so busy today with this. The last piece I wanted to share with, oh, sorry, Tam.
Oh, can I ask questions before we move forward regarding the, what Sue-Ann talked about our students? I have so 2 questions. One, Sue-Ann, I know that is very new in the fall semester, trimester, and you mentioned that we serve 41 students. That's, you know, really impressive. So I'm really excited to hear about that. But can you clarify, like, how many do we actually serve? And so at what capacity are we at as we're building, you know, getting more students in?
Yeah, so in a typical year, we normally have around 400 students with disabilities. Right now, our count, even though we had a lot come in, we had a lot leave. 41 students represents most of our ECSE students. Most of our students in our adult transition, so ECSC is our early childhood program. The adult transition program has all the students coming in, I believe, but maybe one. But again, that's by choice. And then the students with the most significant disability. So that's K-12. So 41 students. Some students are coming in only for 30 minutes. Again, it's IEP team driven, and the families were part of that team, and we made those decisions together. And then some students are coming in for 3 hours, and there's a couple coming in for a little bit more. But again, it's very student specific.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. And then also, Donna, when you said we're down 200 students, can you clarify? Like, I forgot what number were we anticipating. So I just want like a baseline. Were we anticipating 100, 50?
We were anticipating a change from last year to this year by, I'm going to look at Ty in our projection.
We had projected to start this school year, the 20-21 school year, at 4,325. As of yesterday, we are at 4,118. So we were about 207 students down.
All right, thank you. That's a clarifying question. Thank you.
Director Janine-Upton.
Thanks. As we look at the 200 students that we've dropped, that is on average, including allocation from the state and local levy, around $12,500 per student. Is that right? So that's a drop in about $2.5 million.
It's going to be a staggered issue. We'll see about $2 million in reduction in this year's funding. The enrollment for the levy, the $2,500 per student, will impact us in the next levy year. So not the 2021 levy year, the 2022 levy year. So it's the effect is going to be spread over time.
Thank you.
The last piece I wanted to share.
Actually, sorry, real quickly, I'd just like to thank Sue Ann and her team for the work they've done with the special ed students. Really appreciate that we brought the students in school and doing it in person sessions with them. So much appreciated. It's unbelievable, how difficult it is for those parents and how much this means to them. So thank you and your staff so much for it. And I'm super glad you also spoke to the safety work you're doing and how the nurses are continually involved and the contact with the students, parents, and staff on a regular basis to make sure that we've got small cohorts where we are making sure that this is being done in a rigorous way that is beneficial, so beneficial to everyone. I think this cannot be understated, how much you are helping the students and parents with the work you and your staff are doing. So thank you. Bless you very much.
And I just wanted to chime in with another question for Sue Ann, which is the students you're talking about that are getting those in-person services are the most impacted students that have the greatest need for in-person services and for whom remote therapy, remote instruction wouldn't work well. What is the approach? And I realize it's the start of the year, everything's just getting rolling, but what is the approach that you're planning on taking for kids who have, say, learning disabilities? Are they like that would normally get some kind of support or services in the physical school building? Kind of what's the plan for that?
So, Director Tucker,
yeah.
You just segued beautifully into the next topic that I'm going to share, and we'll have Dr. Booby weigh in on that as well.
So
Never
I
mind
will
then.
answer, Donna, all kids are gen ed kids first. So Donna, take it away.
So on Wednesday at our regional superintendent's meeting, we had from King County Public Health, Director Patty Hayes there. And she had promised us from the beginning as a group that as numbers are changing and things are evolving, she would always inform us as a group of superintendents. She does come in and meet with us sometimes twice a month, sometimes every week. We had seen her 2 weeks ago. She came into our meeting on Wednesday to share that she had been just speaking with Dr. Dushin that morning, and Wednesday is the day when they adjust the numbers in the dashboard, on the Department of Health dashboard, that impact the decision tree that we have talked about. So as we're making any decisions in how we're going to bring in students and which students we're going to bring in, we are absolutely looking at the decision tree. We're also looking at other factors like staffing and student engagement. But Patty Hayes' message to us as superintendents, she wanted to let us know that we would be moving into what is considered the moderate range. This means that our number of cases per 100,000 over 14 days is in the 25 to 75 range. When I checked it, I joke with people now, instead of checking my weather app in the morning, I check the Department of Health. What's the number? It was 71.9, so we're in the upper end of the moderate range. And the comments from Patty were that it's been inching down slowly, and we are hoping and expecting that will continue, except we did just have Labor Day weekend, and she was very clear that we need to really be looking at 2+ weeks out to really see that we're solidly in this moderate range, because the impacts of Labor Day, of any large gatherings or things that occurred on Labor Day, won't be really seen for those 2+ weeks. So we do need to watch carefully, but that we are moving into the moderate level, which speaks specifically to our youngest learners, which we've always prioritized from the beginning. And even the decision tree talks about expanding in-person learning to our youngest learners. So we are going to be working over the next month to 6 weeks to really start planning, bringing our kindergartners first back to in-person learning. As I had shared with the board when we were looking at our phases, we built our classes for kindergarten and first grade as close as we could to numbers that can be accommodated in our buildings because of the physical distancing. So yes, even though we're going to be doing in person, we still have to abide by all of the safety precautions that Dr. Booby was describing that she's been doing with staff and students this week. We're going to have to do that for all students as they come in. We have to do our best to maintain physical distancing. Masks, face coverings are required for everyone. Yes, even our youngest learners. So we have to work through the logistics of that. A daily health attestation for all those who are coming into our buildings, students and or staff. We have to work through keeping our groups of students as a cohort. I heard one of others of you say, about the cohort and how important that is. Other good news from Director Hayes from Public Health was that because our numbers have inched down, that means that they've alleviated some workload for staff, and so they'll be on board with any contact tracing that might occur and be able to help us with that. So we'll be working through over the next several weeks and communicating ongoing consistently with our families how we're going to be bringing our youngest learners in, and also start developing the plan that Director Tucker was speaking to. What about some other groups? What are some other groups that may be able to come in again, small groups for some in-person learning, some short-term, students who are most impacted, how the upper grades in our elementary, the 1st through 5th, until we're able to move to 1st grade, as well as our middle school and high school, will be kind of developing those plans of how do we start to do some in-person learning to facilitate our students, particularly in the realm of social emotional learning. That has been our goal from the beginning, that We know that in this realm, it is so much more difficult to make those human connections. And so we want to use our opportunities for in-person to be able to have those connections made. Sue Ann, did you want to add anything to other students in special education?
No, other than it's all individualized, right? And so we'll be following Donna's lead and bringing back students. We'll also be bringing back our Learning Forward teams from the summer to start helping us contemplate all of the variables. Sometimes I feel like I'm playing Tetris with what's, with all of the pieces that have to be moved and balanced at the same time. So we're going to be leaning heavily on our Learning Forward teams that we had over the summer to help us navigate some of those concerns. And we have parents on that team so they can bring forth the parent concerns and point of view as well.
That's great. Thank you.
And for our kindergarten, we will be coordinating with our kindergarten teachers. They're the experts on this. And so we need to work with them and make sure that they have the opportunity to support their students in the remote environment to get them ready to transition to in-person as well. So we'll be making all of those moves. I love the analogy to Tetris. It can be a thrilling game and it can be a frustrating game. So that's what we're embarking on over the next few weeks, and we'll be communicating on a regular basis as this moves forward. Questions?
Okay. Thank you so much. That's a lot of information, a lot of really helpful information. I know, frankly, that we all have a ton of questions just in general, but you hit the big things. And when I say questions, they're kind of unanswerable right now. Like, but when are they starting, right? And so, okay, well, thank you very much for all that information.
I can give you a ballpark for that. We are talking even across the region. It's probably a mid to late October, so that, third week-ish. We want to find the right time to transition kids in. So.
And is that, are you, you said region, is that anticipating to be in collaboration with other Eastside districts?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Pierce County already transitioned into this moderate range, and the superintendents in that group had already had that conversation of, trying to move somewhat together in tandem for this, so it keeps people in the same realm of who are the groups that we're serving, because everyone's going to be working with their students who are the most impacted or their youngest learners initially. That's what the decision tree has in there for us. So same considerations on in our King County, but definitely in our region.
Great. Thank you. That was not actually a setup. That was just spontaneous. All right, so moving on to a partial governance process monitoring, board policy 1800 OE4, staff compensation, collective bargaining agreements with MIEA for 2020 through 2022, and COVID-19 impacts.
So as the board is aware, we were negotiating over the summer both our contract, which would have expired on August 31st. So we had one team that was working through our full contract. And then we had a second team that was working on the impacts of the reopening due to the COVID-19. And so we are going to have Erin, who I can't see, so I hope she's there. She might have had to turn her video off for internet reasons. There she is. Erin's going to give you an overview of both of the agreements. She'll start with the contract agreement first and then move into the COVID MOU. Erin, love your background.
Thank you, Donna. And I apologize. I didn't realize my camera had shut off. So my apologies to everyone. So as Donna said, our contracts were set to expire for both our classified and certificated units on August 31st, 2020. And on the evening of August 21st, 2020, so in advance of that expiration, the district and MIEA reached agreements, tentative agreements for new 2-year classified and certificated collective bargaining agreements, because we actually have 2 units, and they're both represented by MIEA. Following that, both units, the classified and certificated units, approved the TAs, and so now I'm here today to seek board approval. Sort of a high level, the TAs are attached for your review. Hopefully you've had time to look at them. In terms of compensation, this is a 2-year contract, so it's 2020 through 21 and then 21 through 22. So it should expire August 31st, 2022. It has the limited existing openers that we've had forever. And with respect for certificated salary, it's a 1.8% increase in year 1. So that's the 2020-21 school year. And IPD in year 2, which is the implicit price deflator. I'm looking at Ty in case I misspoke, but it's basically a cost of living adjustment if it's funded. So, and with respect to classified salary, it's a 3% increase. So that's all our classified represented staff in year 1 and IPD in year 2. The other change is we were able to negotiate a substitute salary schedule. Heretofore, we've always just paid our substitute as the entry rate of the classified salary schedule. Now it's a separate line item. The rates right now are the same as the intro level for the classified salary schedule, but it is now a separate schedule that we will be negotiating ongoing. Another big thing that we came to an agreement on is secondary class size. This was a big issue for our teachers, and putting a cap on that class size. So we agreed to, for the 2020-21 school year, a maximum of 35 students per class cap. So that means we can't go over. In the past, we've had trigger language where we paid, there was compensation linked to going over a class size. Now it's a hard cap. And in the 2021-2022 school year, that cap drops down to 33 students. So it drops another 2 students. Another issue that we addressed was co-teaching, and that's where you have a special education teacher and a general education teacher teaching simultaneously. That's a strong model that's proved a positive for the district. And what we agreed to in bargaining is that there would be optional training or coaching for those who are participating in co-teaching model. And then we're also allowing 30 hours at a certificated contract rate or for release days so that they can collaborate to make this more successful for both the teachers and students. Another thing related to special education was adding an extra prep day for special education teachers, excuse me, and also a special ed pre-service day, which is a half day. So we're just driving more PD to these educators so that they can better support our students. For our classified, that was for certificated. For our classified, we're adding 4 hours that are optional for special education pairs to use prior to October 1st. Again, that's to help them develop their skill set to better serve our students. So from, I think, both parties' perspective, this is definitely a win-win because it benefits our kids. Another issue that was brought to our attention was classified technology access. As you know, we've moved to a time period in which technology is everywhere, and it truly is ubiquitous and something we need all staff to be accessing. So we committed to providing and promoting tech training for all our classified staff. So that's custodians, bus drivers, paraeducators, all the way down through our classified units. And we've increased or clarified what can be counted as tech training. Tech training is linked to our technology levy. So not everything can be tech training, but we've just added clarification so that it truly captures the breadth of the things that we need and that our classified employees need to access. There was some language regarding certificated evaluation just because there was a law change in terms of the length of time between focused and comprehensive. So it went from 4 years to 6. So there was some funding associated with that just to give them support through the duration of the time they're on focus. And otherwise, it was really a lot of cleanup language. Because of sort of the compressed time that we started in the spring, we really all needed to focus on educating students and developing this continuum of services for this reopening in COVID. And so both sides sort of mutually agreed to bring fewer issues to the table so that we could focus on what truly matters, which is working to benefit our kids and develop a system that really will serve students, even if we are remote. Hold on one second, my dog is barking. I apologize. I am available for questions, but I am going to mute real quick. Are there any questions? Brian, or Director Jeannie Upton, sorry.
Brian, it's fine. You mentioned the caps on class sizes. What are the impacts potential with that decision?
So they're sort of twofold. I mean, the positive impact is the fewer students you have in the class, the more attention that can be given by the teacher or educator to each of the individual students in the class. The potential downside is having larger classes enables us to have other classes which are smaller. So, because we have to balance it. And so it may limit the number of smaller class offerings we have, and some of our intervention classes sometimes are smaller because it's more targeted. So it may mean those classes have to go up. That's my understanding. I can look to Fred if you think I've misspoken on that. So as I said, I think there's as in many contract decisions, there's a plus side and a negative side.
I think that assessment is right on, Aaron. And the only thing I would add to that is, knowing all of the variables and parameters going into the scheduling process is what's most important. And Aaron Miller, who was part of the team from the high school perspective, and then former Principal Puckett, who joined as well, it was their opinion that, it kind of goes back to we can do anything but not everything. And so we can, make sure that these schedules work because we'll know what the variables are on the front end. With anything though, and with the report that Superintendent Koloski gave you in terms of overall enrollment, we're going to have to be looking at all kinds of things to make sure that classes are running efficiently. But I guess one positive impact is that the classes are running efficiently without being extremely large and supporting student learning. And I think I know all of our shared interest is, what's the learning for students. And so this is a step in the direction of looking at it from that perspective. But, we're always looking at ways to run our classes even smaller if we can. We'll see how that comes to be in the face of maybe some uncertainty in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. And thank you to everyone who's involved on all sides of the bargaining table. I know it's long nights and a lot of difficult work. So thank you to everyone who's involved.
I'd like to express my thanks as well to the bargaining team. It's very challenging, especially in light of the pandemic and all the other activities going on. So most appreciated for the work you've done. Regarding the class size and declining enrollment, I do appreciate it puts challenges on top of the breadth of classes we offer, as well as some of the courses that have lower enrollment might be more challenged now. So I think those expectations should probably be set early than later.
President Lurie?
Yeah, I was just going to say, any other questions or comments before we look for a motion?
We're still going to discuss the COVID agreement separately. Yes?
Oh, yes.
That'll be discussed next.
Yeah, I propose that we vote to approve them one at a time. because they're of such significance. Yeah, and different. So motion, I'm looking for a motion to address the MIA bargaining for 2020 to 2022.
I move that we ratify the collective bargaining agreement with MIEA for the 2022 school years.
Second.
Any discussion? I'm going to do a roll call vote because of the,
Can I make one clarification? There's actually 2 agreements. So I just want to be clear that your ratification is both of the classified and certificated agreement, just for the sake of record.
thank you, and that is understood. I'm going to do roll call vote because of the topic. So please indicate yay or nay. Maggie Ty,
Yay.
Brian,
Yay.
David,
Yay.
Tam,
Yay.
and I vote yay. So the collective bargaining agreement with MIA for 2020-2022, both classified and certificated staff, the tentative agreements are approved. Moving on to the COVID-19 impacts.
So the attached to the agenda, you'll see a draft COVID-19 reopener MOU. So it's a memorandum of understanding. It actually does not require board action, but it is provided because, as you noted, Director Lurie or President Lurie, it is of such significance. We felt it appropriate to add here. So I can go ahead and begin describing that. So essentially for the 2020-2021 school year, the district has, as you all know, created a continuum of instructional models that range from basically a fully online remote with, to the extent possible, bringing in for in-person services our most impacted students and some of our younger learners, to a hybrid with larger number of students coming in person learning, and then hopefully when we get into the yellow and green, full in-person learning models with varying degrees of health and safety protocols. Our goal was, by developing a continuum, it'll allow the district to adapt to the ever-evolving conditions created by the COVID-19 pandemic, and create ways that provides both consistency and transparency for the teachers, our classified staff, students, and families. So I'm happy to report that the bargaining teams on both sides really did try to keep the student at the center of negotiations and promote decisions and contract language that advances student needs while protecting the interests of the working conditions that are impacted. So this reopener is really about the result of negotiations regarding the impact of shifting along the continuum on the working conditions of our staff, both classified and certificated. So this MOU goes for both of those. So you'll see if you go through it that there's references to things that may be just for classified or just for certificated, but we worked as one MOU to address both units. One of the key things and sort of a driving principle for both teams was creating equitable access to synchronous and asynchronous learning across the district for all students, irrespective of where they fell in the educational continuum in terms of age, skill, ability, access, and we really were looking to create equity. And the parties agree from the very outset that in remote and hybrid learning models, synchronous learning opportunities must be provided to our students in order for them to learn and grow as we expect our students to do. We wanted to create those opportunities for students. We also agreed that the start times for synchronous instruction, whether it be in remote or hybrid, will be established within the daily school schedule so that it's predictable for both staff and families, because that was important for students and something that we weren't able to necessarily provide as effectively in the spring. And our goal was really to do it better, because that's what our staff deserve and that's what our students deserve. We further agreed that providing education remotely potentially creates educational inequity, because students may not always be able to access synchronous learning, virtual learning at the time it occurs. That was a key interest for both parties, and how do we address that equity concern? And we came to agreement that educators could provide various ways for students to access new material that was offered virtually in a synchronous way. Those options include posting lesson resources on the platforms utilized by the classroom. So it could be Schoology, Seesaw, Google Classroom, working with students directly during educator office hours or conferring time, setting up small group meetings with students to provide teaching or reteaching, setting up small group meetings with students with alternative educators or support personnel. So it could be our para educators who have been fantastic resources throughout this. Another big thing was either having pre-recorded videos, or a change from the spring is recording virtual synchronous lessons via Zoom or similar platform and making those available for a limited period of time. The goal is, if there are recordings, they would be available for at most 14 days. Part of that is just we don't have the system to hold tons of videos indefinitely. And their utility really goes down once people are not there. And that the recordings have the benefit of not only helping those who miss the class for whatever reason, because they're in a virtual world, they're helping another student, or their parent cannot be there, or their guardian at the time their class is going. It also has the advantage of those who want to go back once they're not with their teacher. They can sort of rewatch if they miss something, if this is not the ideal medium for them to be learning virtually. So that was a big shift, and they were really creative. I will say the educators in the room on both sides of the table, I was impressed with the creativity they came up with in terms of how to address this issue to ensure that our kids could access learning. Another thing that because this is about working conditions, it seems that at times when you read it, it's going to seem a little bit adult centric, but again, this is about the impacts created by teaching along this continuum, or educating students along this continuum. The second thing that we addressed is work location. I'm sure some of you have seen. The district will support staff working in school building when appropriate, giving health and safety guidance. So we will support staff. We understand for many, if not all staff, it's better to be in the classroom because you have all your things there. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that the pandemic creates a health and safety concern for staff and students alike. And so we are permitting staff to work remotely. I'm sure some of the students out there have seen their staff in their homes, as I am tonight. To the extent that such remote work does not interfere with the staff members' ability to do their job duties. So we're trying to support our staff as best we can to do what makes sense for them and that enables them to best meet the needs of our students. Another thing that we addressed was how are we going to transition across the continuum? And a key thing was going from less open, meaning more remote and more virtual, to more open, meaning more kids are in the classroom and there's more in-person services. And what we basically committed to was a notice requirement that we will inform the MIEA and impacted staff as soon as reasonably possible, but in no less than 5 days before they'd have to be in the classroom teaching with kids when they had been teaching virtually before. The other piece that we committed to is when a teacher first moved to teaching to a more open phase, meaning the first time a teacher moves to teaching from teaching virtually to in person, the teacher will be afforded a day of synchronous teaching obligations. So a day relief, so they'll make asynchronous opportunities for students that day while they come in and prepare their classrooms, because it's a big shift, and we wanted to recognize that and support that so that when kids do come in, it's as successful as possible. Other things that we discussed or agreed to is just about visitors and volunteers. And I want to address this here because right now we've agreed that visitors will only be allowed in district facilities by appointment, and that volunteers in the district facilities will not be allowed in the red model phase without permission of the superintendent or designee. This was not to minimize or to, it shouldn't be reflected on the value we place on our parent volunteers. They are very much valued and appreciated. It's a recognition of, with people coming in, there's more need for cleaning, there's potential new germs, there's more contact tracing and that type of thing. And it's just to control for that. So that was our agreement, but there is it's without permission from the superintendent or designees. There is a way to still come in if there's a necessary volunteer for a classroom, etc. And when it says come in, that's come into a physical site. We also had some language about universal screenings and how this is going to be done during this time, including things like walk kids as well. And primarily what we focused on was, no surprise, language regarding health protocols, health and safety protocols during this time, and language regarding leaves and alternative assignments. You'll notice in the attached draft MOU that there are many different options for staff members who have to take leaves that are either they can access their own sick leave, there's the CARES Act, there's FMLA, there's PFMLA. In some cases, we created a COVID-specific leave. So it's just how do we support our staff when in this time if they cannot be teaching on site. The other thing was also alternative assignments, because the reality is what people are doing now, we may not have their job functions might look different. So it's assigning them to different things. And it's also assigning, for example, educators to be in the remote teaching model. So I'm now an online teacher exclusively for the year. That is a different assignment than they have had before. And it's also temporary reassignment if a staff member should be sick with COVID, have to quarantine, etc. What can we do to reassign them so they can still be doing meaningful work? Because normally maybe they're working with students in a classroom, but they've had a COVID exposure. So maybe there's some alternative remote work they can do from home. Because our goal is to fully leverage our workforce to the benefit of our students. And again, that's a shared goal. So that's really sort of a high level, quick overview of what was a lot of work on both sides. And I guess the only thing I want to drive home is this, there'll be more discussions because there are impacts that we don't know. There's working conditions that have been or will be effective as we move across the continuum. So we will probably have other MOUs that we enter into throughout the year just to address those working conditions. But I'm frankly hopeful because I think we have good partners in the MIEA on these issues. And at the end of the day, they just want to do what's best for kids while keeping everyone safe and healthy. So we have a shared interest in that. Any questions?
Yeah.
Right.
This seems really thorough, and thank you to everyone on both sides for working it out. As the year rolls on and as the weather gets worse, I suspect you'll have additional things to consider once it's really not feasible to have the windows open all the time or send people outside or have people take their breaks outside. But for now, this seems great. And my primary concern all along has been like, what happens at lunchtime? But it's covered if you read the appendix, if you read the health rules. Those circumstances are covered, just it's not like broken out as a section. So I think you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't think I can see everyone. So
I have a question. On page 15, Erin, can you clarify? It's the wording seems a little bit confusing to me. Under asynchronous instruction, and it's tied to kind of the specialist, where it says that formal attendance will not be taken for asynchronous learning to the extent that the state requires evidence of participation in asynchronous learning in order to count. And then educators will facilitate if this is necessary. So there's just a lot of things. So what it's saying is that the specialist hours are not counted because it's asynchronous. So that's where I clarify that.
Yeah, no, I understand. And that it may be inartfully written and you can lay any poor language at my feet. I'll take responsibility for that. I know it's a team effort, but we did our best to capture what is at sometimes complex things. So asynchronous instruction, just so everybody else on the call who may not be accessing it, that relates to elementary specialists. So that's our music, PE, library specialists. And they're providing asynchronous learning opportunities that are developmentally appropriate weekly lessons for each grade level at their schools. And the reference to the count is there's language, and I might have to lean on you a little bit, Fred, but hopefully I get it right, that says with respect to asynchronous, a kid, when they show up the day, that's their attendance. So you don't have to count them at every single period, especially elementary students. So an elementary kid's there, they're there. Because it's asynchronous lessons, we don't have to take attendance. It would be difficult for a staff member to take attendance at a thing that they aren't actually at, because it's an asynchronous lesson, which means that they are logging in and watching a video. We may have to monitor participation in those asynchronous lessons in order to ensure that we are getting the count or getting funded for those asynchronous lessons, because our expectation is really that students do participate in them. And so that language there is designed to basically say that the teachers will support us and do what is reasonably necessary to monitor or to demonstrate to the state as we must. Not sure what that's going to look like, because at least when we were negotiating, it was 100% clear on how we were supposed to do that for asynchronous lessons. So it just says that the educator is going to support us in doing that. But I said the expectation is that the asynchronous lessons are being made and that the students are in fact accessing them. So it's not that they don't count. They are instruction, they do count, but it's just how we demonstrate it is a bit amorphous at this point in time, how we demonstrate the participation.
Okay. And I like the fact that you mentioned that we're keeping track. So how do we support? Because I think it's really important to emphasize the specialist time that is part of the school day. And especially as our kids are at home, they really need this PE and music. And we want to make it integrated and not as just like, optional. So however, as a system that we can really support that to be integrated into the education would be really be helpful.
Well, and another thing, just to respond to that point, I think we all recognize the benefit of our specialists, of our art teachers, our PE teachers, et cetera. And setting it up this way allowed us to leverage our specialists. So they're in a sort of co-teaching model. So they are in other classes. And one of the things that at least I have seen, and to the credit of our amazing specialists, is they're bringing, they're working with other teachers and they're bringing that into the classroom. And into the work that's being done daily with students. So you're seeing art in social studies or in science. Like they just bring a different perspective and a different talents to that. So I think it's actually enriching their involvement in the co-teaching model is enriching those classes. And that's not to take away from what the other teachers normally do. It's just we are trying to leverage their talents across, and they're doing it on their own because they want to share what they know. So there's the asynchronous, but I think we are also seeing benefit in the other classes because they are talented educators.
Wonderful.
Just to jump in real quick on the attendance guidance, it was adjusted for this year again because of being in the pandemic. And so it really is daily attendance, and it can be accounted for in a variety of ways. So does a student attend synchronous learning for the day, or do they participate in asynchronous? There's even some viability to, does a student post on the learning management system for that day as well to assist in attendance accounting, because we know that many of our students need some flexibility in these schedules because, as said earlier, sometimes the parent might not be there. And one of the things we've actually heard with the asynchronous specialists is it allows students and their parents, especially with our youngest learners, to do that at a different time. So maybe on the weekend, they tap into some of those specialist lessons because there has been a concern about the amount of time, the Zoom fatigue, frankly. And so that flexibility is going to be embedded in those asynchronous parts as well. Are there any other questions on the MOU?
Just to echo of thanks for the work you've done on this. Thank you very much, Erin, and to the rest of the bargaining team. The board was very concerned about the COVID bargain and what we would be doing. I appreciate it isn't a bargain, it's a memorandum of understanding. So I appreciate the work you've done to make sure that we have a great opening year for kids, even in an online environment. So thank you very much.
So I understand we don't need to approve it.
No, it's currently being signed off on, President Lori, but it's just there were a lot of people on the teams, and in this room, it's being ratified through DocuSign. It's just taking a bit of time to go around.
I just want to make sure and give board directors one last opportunity if they, because it's not something we have to approve, does anyone have any substantial concerns that in this from this MOU that we have not addressed? All right, thank you. And a final thank you. Bargaining is never an easy process, and it was double duty this year for many of our staff and administrators, and appreciate getting through this process and focusing on students being the priority during that process. Turning to partial governance process monitoring board policy 1800 OE7 financial administration reduction of transportation staff resolution number 690. Donna.
We are going to double team on this one a little bit. Certainly it is under OE7 as in financial administration. So Ty is ready with the numbers, but it impacts our employees and thereby our human resources office. So I'm going to ask Erin to start first with giving you the kind of the background on our work with our decision-making process on this, and Ty will support with any of the numbers and any questions you might have around the finance part of it. Erin.
You know what, I actually meant to introduce this in a slightly different way. As everyone knows, and as the board directors all know, the board of directors sent out a letter to the community on Monday that was drafted by myself and Superintendent Kolosky, and then presented to the board directors on Friday, and then sent to the community on Monday. So it didn't go through the typical approval process for the email. I was rereading the email today and realized that I thought it was clear that the discussion and approval would be at today's meeting, but because of the substantial nature of an impact that this action is having on people, wanted to make sure that the position, or at least the information, was communicated to the community prior to the meeting, so that people, so that there's full transparency and that people would have an opportunity to weigh in. We have gotten a number of emails, many emails, especially from staff members, as it is their livelihood, it's to be expected, and appreciate all of the concerns. I do want to say that, at least speaking for myself and not as one of five, that everyone I've spoken to shares all of the concerns. This is a really tough time. This is going to be a difficult conversation. And I appreciate everyone's hard work and professionalism in doing that. Because this was done a little bit out of process, Director D'Souza has suggested that we formally approve the email communication that already went out. It's done a little bit backwards, but as I stated, the intention didn't allow us to have a discussion in public. The decision has not yet officially been made. The email was to address the understanding of the intention of the board from our executive session and discussion that we had in private. So sorry about that. I just wanted to give that brief introduction. We'll kind of handle things throughout. So Ty, I apologize. Go right ahead.
Actually, let's have
hand it off to Erin.
Erin jump in first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw Ty off of mute, so I thought it was.
That's all right. President Lurie, thank you very much. So as you've already indicated as a board or tonight, and then in the email communication, the district is recommending and put forth a board resolution whereby a percentage of our staff, specifically in our transportation program, are going to be furloughed. Essentially the decisions that were made were based on the fact that our transportation funding is linked to ridership, which is down from last year. And obviously we don't have riders or very many riders at this point in time. We have, I think Sue Ann or Dr. Booby said earlier, we had 41 students. That's a great deal less than we normally transport on a single bus. So with that reduction in funding, we're suggesting that we take the difficult decision to reduce all of our bus drivers to 2.25 hours per day, 5 days a week. That our dispatchers for school routes and our mechanics be reduced to 4 hours per day, 5 days a week. That our dispatcher for extracurricular be reduced to 3 hours per day, 5 days a week. That our transportation administrative assistants be reduced to 1 hour per day, 5 days a week. And our flaggers and crossing guards, that we would eliminate all of their hours that are flagger and crossing guard hours. And that our transportation director, Patrick Rock, be reduced by 0.2 FTE, which amounts to at least 1 day. So as I said, the reason these actions are being taken is because of uncertain funding related specifically to transportation. I'm sure you are aware that the governor issued a proclamation that expanded the ability for us to basically count bus driver time or transportation time, being that we could drive supplies to students or drive meals or that type of thing, drive hotspots and park a bus somewhere so that people could come to the hotspot, or transport students to daycares. Given sort of the geographic size of our island and the opportunities, we felt that 2.25 hours for our drivers is what we could make sure that they were meaningfully working and able to recoup those funds through transportation dollars. Our thought process was also, this is sort of the base. We were trying to see how could we keep our transportation department as whole as possible within the funding that we had for transportation. This proposal allows us to keep our transportation employees. They all continue to get their SEB benefits, which is their health insurance, which we felt was important. If we are able to apply, and it requires agreement with MIA, for a shared work program, then it should not adversely affect retirement and what have you. And these are the hours that we think we can commit to for the entire year. So we felt this would give our drivers and our other transportation staff certainty as to what they will be able to get this year in a time when we simply aren't transporting students as we have in the past. That's not to say if we move along the continuum to more open, we're bringing more students, these hours might increase. I think the other important thing is that any of these reductions are only related to the transportation funded hours. So I think all of our flaggers and crossing guards, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's all of them, have other duties. So those duties are not impacted. So it's only those hours. Same with the bus driver. We have several bus drivers who are also paraeducators or do other things in the district. Those other things are not impacted. This is only for those hours that are transportation funded. And we will continue to work and be creative in terms of trying to find ways to occupy our members of our transportation department. And I do want to say this is not an easy decision. And it's not an easy ask of the board, because no one wants to adversely impact the livelihood, as you said, President Lurie, of other people. This just is the situation that we find ourselves in. And we were trying to take a decision that was in the best interest of our, still be good financial stewards for the district, and take care of our students and staff. Because at the end of the day, we also don't want to completely destroy our transportation department, because our goal is ultimately to have our kids back in school. And that's what our staff want. And that's what we want, because as I've been told many times, teachers, paraeducators, bus drivers, we didn't sign up for this remote thing either. So that is something that we all want when it is safe and appropriate to do so. So that is the proposal today. Again, this is something we believe we can sustain for the entire year. So we would not anticipate laying off if things don't change. Any of our transportation department. This is a furlough reduction in hours. The only hours that are totally eliminated are for flaggers and crossing guards. But as I said, they do have other positions in the district. And our hope is through the shared work program, they'll be able to get benefits. And they should, anybody who is eligible as of February 29th, 2020 for health benefits should still remain eligible.
I think it's also important to note that, yes, we want to work through the shared work program, but all employees who are in the furlough status, the reduction, we've also will support them through our HR department in where and how to apply for any unemployment benefits that they have, that they are eligible for during this time frame as well.
Can I just ask you to, I assume that your team bounced many ideas and suggestions, different alternatives. Can you just talk through some of them generally before, or even more than generally? Why furlough in this way? Were there other options, and why did you choose this one?
We felt that furlough was the best option because it is inclusive of all the employees. We know historically that our bus drivers are difficult to find. We train every year. We trained again this year before we went into remote learning, really frankly, just to keep our own bus driver pool solid with substitutes. We did only have one successful trainee this summer, but so we really wanted to support our employees, not just for the portion of the year that the funds were going to be available, but to take those funds and be able to support them for the entire year. And that meant not, as Erin mentioned, doing a layoff for any employees, only keeping some in a higher rate of hours where others would be laid off as we allocated the dollars that we haven't received yet, but that we have been told we will receive. We also have to work within those guidelines that Erin explained of what is the work, and the transportation department and our business department will have to be very closely monitoring and all of the hours that our bus drivers are working to make sure that they are eligible for the transportation dollars, so that those dollars aren't pulled back, so to speak. That was something that the state superintendent did advise all of the district superintendents of, that we need to keep very close monitoring of all of the hours that we are charging to that transportation fund. A furlough also means that we can add time as things do change, as Erin was indicating. So as we transition kindergartners back, that's potentially 158 students. Whether or not they'll all want or need transportation, we don't know, but it will, could absolutely mean that we will need to bring some more routes on that we might not be able to fit in with the 2.25 hours. So when we were trying to do the greatest good for as many as possible by doing the furlough versus a layoff, we did, of course, Ty and myself and Erin each listened carefully and had conversations with our colleagues in the region who are all going through the same concerns as to how are we going to manage this. When I shared what our conclusion was, many of my colleagues were really quite surprised. They went, wow, you know, benefits for the whole year, that's a good thing. We had heard frequently from our drivers that many of them do work for the benefits. It is a part-time job. There aren't a lot of our employees in that department who work what is considered that full-time job. And so many of them work for that benefit of the health benefits. And we felt that that was really critical to make sure that our employees still had that eligibility.
And I can speak to the other timing with respect to the 2.25 hours. It also relates to contractual requirement. If somebody does a run, it's a guaranteed 2 hours. The other thing is the majority of our drivers are 4.5 hours a day, because that's sort of a morning run and an afternoon run. And so if you reduce someone by more than 50%, then they can't participate in the shared work program. So if we were to go below the 2.25, many more of the drivers would be unable to participate in the shared work program that I referenced earlier.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify. So for the majority of the transportation department, this is not taking someone from a 40-hour-a-week job down to 10 hours.
Correct.
It's more cutting by 50%.
Yeah, for the majority. Now, there are some who do work, I want to be transparent. There are some who are 7.5 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours a day. So there are some who are more than the 4.5, but most of our drivers are 4.5. The flaggers and crossing guards, I said, this only affects their transportation. The dispatcher and mechanics, they are, again, they have 4 hours, but more of them are 8-hour employees.
The difference in hours that our bus drivers might have is a result of the bidding process that we are contractually obligated to do. We do it every year before school starts, and it is based on seniority, where our drivers get to bid on which route they would like to have based on their seniority within the bus drivers, within the bargaining unit. So many of the routes when they're built that do have more hours are our more senior drivers. As we are able to add more hours and bring drivers back, that will go through the seniority process.
Anytime. I know you guys have not finished the presentations. I just wanted to, I thought this would help guide us.
Yeah, no, this is super helpful. Erin, can you just explain for people who are not familiar with the shared work program, what exactly that means for the drivers?
So for the drivers, and I'll just give you sort of high level, I'm also learning because we have not been in a position to have to support people in accessing this before. And at this point, we are wanting to still apply. We have not yet applied for that. It does take an agreement with the MIEA. I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't agree. It's just we have to work on the details. So I don't want this to be misconstrued as something negative about the MIEA. But the advantage of the shared work program is that those who are eligible to seek unemployment because of lost hours, if we're a shared work program participant, they don't have to be actively seeking other employment. So that's an enhancement, because normally when you're on unemployment, you need to be seeking other employment. So there's that advantage. Another advantage is if you're participating in a shared work program, it's my understanding that if you're close to retirement, it's in the, for school district employees, that it's your 5 highest years or 60 months or whatever it is of employment. And so it mitigates that. And so it doesn't, the shared work, if you're a shared work program participant, it doesn't, the employees who have been furloughed are not adversely impacted with respect to their retirement. I think that there's also added benefits in terms of just the amount of unemployment that you are able to get. So there are distinct advantages to that. As I said, but the requirement is that we don't reduce them by more than 50%, which we do have some people, some drivers will be reduced by more than 50%, but the majority will not be.
My question is, unless someone has another question, like kind of on this big, I assume, we hear a lot Why are we having to make these decisions? And I'm kind of using that as a segue to Ty.
So our funding model is based on, the vast majority of our funding model is based on ridership. And ridership is counted 3 times a year, the fall, winter, and spring. In the spring of last year, OSPI, some districts had already submitted their counts. We get a window within a month period of time where districts are able to do their counts and submit it to OSPI. So some districts had done their counts and submitted them, some hadn't. OSPI just kind of like set a hold harmless point for ridership, which would carry us through to the next period of counts, which would be this fall. So the funding that we're getting from September to December, January is based on the spring ridership count. When we get to that point after the new year, that is based on the fall ridership count. And so we're going from a substantial rider program where we're transporting children as normal to a ridership program where we're looking at 41 students. Significant drop in activity level. The other factor that we have to consider is the expenditure levels. And this is a known problem that's within the formula. The formula is dictated by legislation. It is within the RCWs, and it is such a complex formula that OSPI often treats it as a black box. You put in numbers, you get out numbers, don't really ask where the numbers in the middle come from, which is really frustrating. And it's really hard for them to talk to legislators, and it's really hard for them to talk to business managers throughout the state about regression analysis and how does that work for the funding formula. Part of the problem is with the formula is that it's based on the lesser of the state funding or your actual expenditures. So if you're spending less than the state funding amount, you're going to get a lower allocation the next year, and then it just kind of keeps going. And this is a statewide problem. It's just not, it doesn't just pertain to Mercer Island, but it's a statewide problem. And so it's a short-term concern because A, we don't have the ridership to generate funding in the spring, in the winter and spring. So the money that we are getting for the first part of the year, unless the legislature steps up and does something different and changes the funding allocation model in the RCWs, we're not going to get any funding. We may get a small percentage for the special ed and the kindergartners once we bring them in, and any other students that we manage to bring in or transport. But all of the other activities that Governor Inslee authorized, the transporting of food, transporting of technology, transporting of students to daycare, what that does is it adds to the spending base, not the allocation base. So while we can spend the money, we're not going to necessarily see that drive our ridership up, which is the main focal point of the funding formula. So it creates concerns for us as we're looking at how do we use the funding that we're getting, and we're looking at about $800,000 in the first part of the year. When we looked at the operational costs, and this is based on the 19-20 school year funding allocation. So we took a look at how much we'd received in the same period of time, and then we looked at how much our staffing costs would be on an hourly basis. So if we had staff working 1 hour a day with benefits, 2 hours a day with benefits, 3 hours a day with benefits, as well as the operating costs, the cost of maintaining the fuel tanks that we use to fuel the buses, the mileage on the buses, oil changes, tire changes, the administrative salaries for the director, the licensing costs for the radio systems that are allocated to the transportation department. So we took a look at all of that and looked at the monthly cost of those and assumed at what point can we balance it so that the funding that we get would be sufficient to carry us through the year in the unfortunate circumstance that the legislature does nothing. And unfortunately, it's a real consideration because the state legislature is facing an $8 billion shortfall in the next biennium in revenues. So while we as a district are talking to our legislators, and our neighbors are talking to our legislators, and our legislators are saying, yes, we hear you, we'll work on it. Unfortunately, they're not the only ones that get to make that decision. There are other factors within the legislature that have to be considered. And so we want to make sure that we have sufficient funding to move students to and from the buildings year long, that we can take care of our staff, provide them the benefits that they deserve, because they work hard for our students, and still be able to sustain the program. In the 19-20 school year, we were funded from the state about $2.2 million. We expended $2.5 million, so about $300,000 from our local levy. That money was used primarily because we aren't necessarily funded, we aren't funded for athletic transportation. We're not funded for field trips, or we have such a small percentage of our students are the McKinney-Vento homeless students that any transportation costs that we incur for them, we pay out of our levy. Our contract with King County Metro, which was in previous years about just under $200,000 a year. That's what we were paying. We were using our local levy to pay that. And so while we do have a local levy that we have used in the past to help sustain and support the program, it is not the vast majority of our funding for that program. And so as we are looking at what our available resources are, we had to be very cognizant of, can we sustain this without impacting basic ed or our ability to support basic ed through the local levy. So, sorry, Paul, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand go up. No?
No, I don't have a question.
All right. Any other questions? Director Tucker?
I have a question. How does the timing work out in terms of counting kind of student mileage hours or student miles or whatever driven? If kids are able to get back to school part-time, let's say in mid-October, like when is the sort of next period of time that would influence the funding for?
We're allowed to pick a window within the month of about a week and a half, by which we can take multiple counts within that and then take the highest of each count. So if we are able to get students back in to the buildings within that time frame, those students would be able to, and we are transporting them, we would be able to count that. One of the things that we need to consider is how many students can we get into our buildings? As we were looking at what students do we bring in, our kindergarten and first grade classes, we staff them significantly lower than the other elementary, middle, and secondary grade levels, because we knew that we would be able to, they're traditionally our smallest class sizes, and if we staff them just a little bit lower, we would be able to bring them into the building based on the physical distancing guidelines. So we are confident that we can get our kindergartners and our first graders in, but until those physical distancing guidelines change, we may not be able to see some of the higher grades come in. And so as we were looking at the October rider counts, we'll have small numbers of students. And another thing to consider, when we asked families over the spring and summer who would be able to transport their students, 97%, or 93%, I apologize. 93% of the families said that they would either self-transport or be able to find transportation. So we're not entirely sure what the significant demand is for transportation. And we will, as soon as we are ready to start looking at in depth, what does that mean? And we're starting to have those initial conversations as a leadership team. What does it mean to bring these students back? One of the things that we're going to be doing is going back to the families and saying, for your kindergartners and first graders, who's going to self-transport, who's going to walk, who needs bus transportation. And the guidelines placed on transportation, based on the health and safety recommendations, we would want to keep our routes to 15 minutes or less, about 15 minutes with masks and windows down. So we wouldn't necessarily have traditional routes. And so it may not necessarily look or feel like a traditional bus route, and some families may not opt for that once they find that. So those are all things that we need to consider as we're looking at bringing students back.
Thank you. That's super helpful. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? I'm sure there are. Dr. Janine Upton?
It's a bit of a pondering, so if you'll forgive me. So as I'm looking at how long it would take to rebalance the funding formula. So if we figure the worst thing happens, we're not able to get ridership up in the fall. And so that allocation formula drops in the winter, and then the same drops into the spring. So then we have to invest money to begin rebuilding that ridership back up to where it was previously. But because that money's not there, we have to pre-fund that in order to get those numbers back up. I'm coming out of the blue with this, but how long do you foresee us funding that climb back to regular ridership, taking in, because just imagining that a vaccine comes out and we're able to rebuild robustly, it seems to me that it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure we could project an answer.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in for Ty there a little
Yeah.
bit. You know, there has been a lot of conversation, as was mentioned earlier, around this transportation funding model prior to this crisis that we find ourselves in. Many districts who are in a much larger area than us, and their ridership is impacted in that they're taking just 1 or 2 students out 40 miles in a rural area, aren't able to indicate in the model that that's an efficient use of their ridership. And so it impacts their dollars, so that they're using their local levy dollars to fund even just to and from school. You know, as Ty explained, we use ours more for extracurricular, those extra pieces that we're able to do. So I think that this has been put forward to legislators, that this is a really funding conundrum and needs to be adjusted. Will they have the wherewithal during this next session, which we all know is going to be very budget oriented, to have this discussion and look at a different way to do this? I'm going to remain optimistic that yes, they will look at aligning it more along the lines, I think I've heard you say, Director Janine Upton, along with the prototypical school model. So it's based more on enrollment than ridership. And then that allows you to anticipate your funding in a more consistent manner, and truly providing that equitable access for all students, certainly in our district, but across districts as well. So not a specific answer, sorry.
No, I just, in thinking of the investment it will take to get the program as currently designed back up to its feet is going to be a pretty huge investment over time. So I think it's important when gauging sustainability that be taken into account in this decision.
David, you went off mute, I assume. David, did you mute?
Sure, I can.
Tam, I see you.
I just wanted, I just wanted to say real quick, I was one of the beneficiaries of having Monty Deutsch as our bus driver for about 8 to 10 years for my kids. He was amazing, just a wonderful, wonderful person. You know, when my son had his bike, he was riding his bike up to the middle school at one point, and his chain fell off and he was struggling with it. And I think it was Marty who gave us a call and said, oh, I think I saw your son struggling with his bike. And I was able to run up there and, help him fix his bike. So, and I've met him multiple times at Starbucks. So that it's a very meaningful relationship parents and students have with their bus drivers. And these last over years. So we don't want to lose that. And, it's very important. It's, as they say, the bus driver is the first person to greet both the parent and the child, and the last person to say goodbye at the school. So it's a pretty amazing situation that we have on our island with our bus drivers. So it's very emotional to be in this position to be making these type of decisions. And this is a very challenging funding decision. Now I've got kids in colleges. We've got colleges that have closed their campuses and are online only through the end of the year. We've got corporations that have decided to close through July of 2021. So the scope of this pandemic is hugely uncertain. Additionally, I look at school funding. The scope of school funding is hugely uncertain. At the state level, Ty was gracious. He said $8 billion shortfall. It's $8.8 billion shortfall, 50% of which hits this year on a $53 billion budget. So that's almost 10%. Governor Inslee himself has canceled raises. We just got done voting for raises for our teachers and staff. Inslee has canceled raises for 5,600 state employees and asked 40,000 state employees to take furlough days, to allow them to get a raise. And then finally, Inslee has called for a 15% budget cut across his departments. Now the hope is K through 12 school funding is constitutionally protected. And, we recognize our expenses are increasing while school funding is not, and we hope constitutional protection helps us. However, the bigger ticket items Inslee has already canceled are $100 million for school guidance counselors, as well as $35 million for paraeducator training across the state. So they've already made school cuts. So we're looking not just now, but into the future. And then when I see the way Governor Inslee has spent his rainy day fund, he has cut programs that were already funded, but he's utilizing the fund for unanticipated COVID-related expenditures. And so that also tells me that although we have a fund balance, again, the usage for us in front of us is unanticipated expenses, as opposed to preserving expenses we don't need in the same way. So it's very emotional. It's very challenging to be in front of this decision for me, for sure. And I'm sure this is the same situation plays out for many parents. But I do agree in the end with the school district that we have to be good stewards of these funds and do the appropriate thing by ensuring benefits for our bus drivers can continue, as well as preserving these funds for the unanticipated and prolonged expenses as a result of this pandemic. So I'd echo my thanks to Ty and to Aaron and to Donna for helping the board think through these very, very difficult decisions.
Thanks, David. Tam?
Going off what David was saying, this is a really, like, it weighs heavy on my heart. Anytime I see the email comes into the board, and you know, it makes me happy to see that so many people are advocating for the bus drivers. And it makes me realize that everybody's really having the similar positive experience. And we're so blessed to have our bus drivers, like my boys have had with our bus driver. We love seeing, you know, our bus driver, like in the on Mercer Island, riding his bike. And so really, we're really blessed to have such a wonderful workforce. But then, you know, as we're thinking about fiscal accountability, you know, this is where it weighs down, right? And we're thinking about the current functions and what is best, and we don't know, like David said, what is the future. It does, you know, being put in that position, it made me realize as a board member, sometimes we make decisions that really have huge implication on people's life. And that's what's really weighing me down. But I really appreciate, Aaron, when you said that this is the bare minimum, that you have done all the possible scenarios and trying to establish the bare minimum of what we can maintain and promise and provide during this time. And as needs arises, that we can build on that. I think that that's I like that strategy, even though right now it seems like a huge cut. But that strategy does come from a very fiscally responsible approach of how can we do our due diligence in letting people know what we can provide. But the minute that we have funding, the minute we have ridership, we're going to add more. So I really like that approach. When we're ready to make to maybe have edits to the resolution, there is one section I would like to discuss. But if we're not there yet, I'll hold on that. But so I do appreciate having the extra knowledge about this is the basic and that we can add to the hours as needed.
Let's keep the general discussion going and then we'll come back to the wording. My concern, how is this impacting our veteran, more full-time drivers in terms of things that have already been talked about with the 60 months and in terms of retirement versus the much less experienced drivers, and why the decision to do it this way when it seems like it's impacting our veterans who have served our kids for 30 years more in a much more significant way?
So I think the decision was really taken out of an interest of making sure to be able to serve our students. As indicated before, our goal is to be bringing students back and to have more people on site. And we feel that we need all of our drivers in order to achieve that. So it's really the student interest that is driving that decision. And the realization that as hours come in, it will be driven first based on seniority to our more senior drivers. So though they're the most impacted in the near term, we could have made the decision, the alternative decision to lay off some of our more junior drivers so they have no benefits and no hours at all, because we just lay them off. However, we felt that that would decimate our workforce and make it virtually impossible for us to recover in a sufficient time to be able to serve the needs of all of our students. So it was really driven out of a desire to be nimble and serve our students.
Why? Oh, can I, Ty, did you want to answer that?
Pardon?
I was just going to weigh in. We have had a couple of our drivers apply for leave already based on different circumstances. And those hours have been shifted to some of our more senior drivers already. And as Director Battersby mentioned, Aaron mentioned, when we start having students in the buildings and we start getting ready to have semi-traditional route, because it's not going to be a traditional route. More established patterns of transportation, we will bid those in the normal fashion. So those who have seniority will have weight in those decisions. And we could be seeing some of those transportation decisions by the end of October. So it's, hopefully we will be able to make some of these shifts as quickly as possible to have less impact. But really this was, how do we keep our department going with the greatest number of staff to transport the greatest number of students?
Have we had to lose any other employees in the district because of COVID?
We have not lost district employees, but I would like to remind the board that our nutrition services, our food services, is contracted with Chartwells. And in the spring, when we closed the schools and moved to a pickup system for meals and weren't serving meals, Chartwells had to lay off pretty much their entire workforce. Some of those employees have served, particularly our students at the high school, for 40 years. One of those employees did retire, but the other ones were laid off back in the spring. Chartwells, to their credit, took a loss in the spring in providing our nutrition services by their contract. They, yes, did have to effect a layoff for those employees, but they did keep their benefits through, I believe, the end of the school year, which is what their contract was. They are continuing to serve our students. We did receive waivers, but they're not, because of how the service works and the number of employees that it takes, they're not going to be able to bring back any of those employees. They'll be on a very skeletal staff. Our director will be doing everything, and we're going to support as best we can with, as we did in the spring, we had some of our security liaison help with the distributing of meals, and certainly as needed we could have bus drivers help with that as well. But we do have other employees who are normally working with students and in person that we also need to be considering how do we have their work be supported during this remote time. So that is, these are right now the first of our employees that are being impacted by a reduction.
Maggie Ty.
Yeah, you just mentioned having bus drivers help with the distribution of lunches, and that's one of the things that people have asked repeatedly in the letters that we've gotten, the emails that we've gotten. Is that something that we're looking at potentially? We
are having conversations with Carol Buss, our food service director. It does become complicated for us. Carol has quite a, I don't think stockpile's the word, but quite a stockpile of commodities that she really wants to be able to use. She was able to offer a much more high quality lunch in the spring, a hot lunch, which when you are delivering the meals becomes problematic. To Ty's understanding, he has these conversations with other CFOs and OSPI. What does this flexibility mean? Could they help distribute at the sites? Yes. We are still working through the logistics of our lunch service. I want to remind you that we just found out that it was switching to this waiver system like 2 days before school started. So we are still working through the logistics of that and eventually hope to be providing the breakfast and the lunch as we did in the spring. And so as more employees can be utilized to support that, we definitely will be looking to see if we can utilize bus drivers. The other place, as Ty mentioned, I think, but I want to reiterate it, as we start to bring students back, particularly our littles, if we have a need for some crossing guard, we can absolutely, some crossing guards, we can absolutely utilize our bus drivers for that, and that's going to fall within that transportation allocation.
Are you able to offer, with the funding model, if a bus driver, for example, is professionally able to do a different type of job? Are you able, through the funding model, able to hire them in a different capacity?
So I can respond to that. So if a bus driver is able to do a different job, for let's say, for example, they can be a substitute teacher or a substitute paraeducator. They can do that job, but the funding comes from whatever that job is funded for. If they were just to then go be a paraeducator and serve in that role, that would not, we would not be able to recoup those funds from transportation dollars. So there's a narrow sort of scope of the things that can recoup transportation dollars. So I don't know if that answers your question. So yes, they are able to do it, but it's a question of what we can seek funding for. We have, you know, in HR, we will be working with our bus drivers and other staff to figure out what is it that we can, where do we have openings? I know we were like, please look at our webpage, like, and if we have a paraeducator position at an elementary school that opens up because of a student with needs who came back to on-site, is that something a bus driver could do or was interested in doing?
I was going to ask if is there any availability for other positions in the district?
Mainly
at the time we made, oh, go ahead.
I
So at the time, at least as of last week, we had one paraeducator open position. It was 3.5 hours. To my knowledge, I don't think any bus drivers applied for that position. So that's my answer. I don't know if there are any other options right now. I'm sorry, a light just got turned off. Any other opportunities right now, but as things do come up, I will continue to work through the transportation director to encourage people to seek those opportunities. I know we are working with at least one bus driver to get an emergency substitute certificate so that they can work as a CERT sub because they meet all of those requirements, because we will have needs for substitutes even during this time. So we're trying to be as supportive as possible.
Our HR department will work individually with any driver who reaches out to support them in what substitute positions would they be eligible to sub in, because we, as Erin said, we will continue to have sub positions that we might need to fill, whether it's in special education, especially as in-person evolves, and frankly, even in remote, as we work through our remote and we have specific assignments for paraeducators within breakout groups or small groups. We want to be able to support those sub positions as well. So in the transportation department conversation, when we shared with them this news, we talked them through all of these variables and encouraged them each individually to reach out to our HR department, either our director, Rosie Burns, or our HR coordinator, Kathleen Long, who can support them and work them through each of their individual situations.
Anyone else? Questions?
To walk them through in HR, the shared work program as well.
Are we ready to talk about the resolution? Oh, Maggie Tech, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I know that Tam had a question about some of the wording in the resolution.
Right. I just want to, that's what I meant when I said that. I want to make sure that everyone's had an opportunity to ask or comment. And
yeah, then I will comment. So if this is my last chance, just to say that I appreciate all the explanations and all the hard work that went into this plan and into the resolution. It is not, I'm not going to say making the best of a bad situation, but it's making like the least bad of a difficult situation. And I don't really see any alternative that is feasible financially that would be better, unfortunately. But it does sound like there's some flexibility and there are some options that may improve the situation as the year goes on. So thank you, everyone.
I'd also say I think there's a real concern that this is the first the hard decisions we face around cuts that will be needed as this pandemic continues. And that's, that weighs on the board, at least me personally, and I'm sure others as well, as to how we progress and how we navigate through what's happening in front of us. So I will say I have read, and as have other board members, all the email that has come out, in addition to the email that has come out in the last few minutes. So I thank you very much, both Dana and Scott, for your email as well. And I think other board members have read it as well. And we appreciate your suggestions. And as you can see, it's just an inkling of all the different venues. What you heard tonight was an inkling of all the different venues that were explored towards ensuring bus drivers could have other opportunities to provide services to the school district. And it does weigh heavily as we make this decision upon many others that will lie in front of us too.
I think that was well said. Thank you. I will take us now to, the resolution. Pam, you had a comment. Let's start with you.
Yeah, thanks. I know that we all share similar values in valuing our bus drivers, and I just want to, our transportation team, and I just want to make sure that our resolution reflects the terminology. And so in the third whereas, I feel like it doesn't really reflect how we feel. Like I feel, particularly the third whereas, the operation of transportation employees are not necessary. I don't feel like they're not necessarily during this time, but is limited, and then so I would request that we change it something like to recognize that right now when we're doing COVID with online instruction, it is the current function is more limited, but to say that's not necessarily is really kind of extreme.
Any other, I realize I'm doing this a little bit out of order. We don't have a motion yet. I just want to kind of get everything out on the table. Is this WASDA model resolution? No, this was created by our district. So okay. Does anyone else have any comments with regards to anything word-wise, phrase-wise in the resolution? So I am looking for a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 690.
I second.
Is that motion as written?
I'll start there, yeah.
Any discussion?
So I think the first item would be, I appreciate Tamp's sentiment around the wording, around the extreme wording of not necessary. What's the impact of changing it with this delay passing the resolution, out of curiosity? I think this is to our superintendent.
You agreed during your discussion that you wanted to amend that specific piece, then the motion would be to amend with that specific language. And so then you could still take action on it with the specificity of the amended language, and it could still be approved.
Thank you.
I think
that's helpful.
I think any amendment at this point that's being discussed or suggested would not change substantively the resolution. Rather, it's focused on the tone, and so I don't anticipate that it would delay the work or adoption.
I agree.
I would actually, I very much support that change in wording. And I also would say, we should say the operations of transportation employees are, you know, however you want to say it, minimal or less than, I don't know, I forget what you said exactly, Tam, but I would just say make it plural operations, because we're not operating transportation employees, right? Like,
I feel like operating, so we don't make employees, it's like we're looking at students' needs, then the operations that fulfill students' needs, right? And so we're not, you know, we value our transportation employees. So yeah, the way it's worded is, so the operation of you know, the transportation operation of what itself, right? The function has been limited.
Right.
So Tam, do you want to make a motion to amend?
I want to make a motion to amend, but I will leave it to, okay, I need help in
Okay.
the wording.
Okay.
So,
Can I chime in? How about transportation operations are limited due to the 2020 to 2021, no, sorry, wait a minute. Give me a moment.
So another possibility is the operation of transportation employees are not necessary at the current levels while the district operates. So that would suggest, you know, the current levels are the
Yes.
problem,
Yes.
and while we're in this COVID situation.
So operations plural,
Yeah.
and then at current levels. That works for me.
Are not necessary at the current levels while the district operates.
we could just take out not necessary and put in limited.
Yeah, that works too.
Are limited while the district operates during their,
Yeah.
yeah, is that fair?
Yeah.
And I'll look to Donna to see, and Aaron, if it satisfies their needs.
Yes, we got a thumbs up.
And Tam as well. I think she's the one who raised this.
Yeah, I didn't see a thumbs up from Tam, but
I want
okay.
to focus on the operation, not on our employees that are not necessary. I don't think that was our intent.
Right, absolutely. No, I think that's, I appreciate that point. And I will make the motion to amend the third paragraph, substituting, well, adding an S to operation and substituting limited to not necessary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Wait. Sorry. Are limited while, so substituting for not necessary when.
Okay, limited while modified. David, do you still second?
Second, yes, please.
Any further? Nope.
Before you take your roll call vote, can I read the entire sentence to make sure that staff have described it how you want it to be, so we get it the correct since you're amending? So the third whereas is being suggested to read, whereas due to the current COVID-19 emergency, the operations of transportation are limited while the district operates during the 2021 school year with an online instructional program.
Is that everyone's understanding?
That's 2 operates in a row, but okay, it's clear.
Yes, that's clear.
All right, any further discussion? I just want to say before we take a vote that parts of volunteering,
This is a vote on the amendment first. We're not voting on the resolution.
yeah, I'll make that clear when I call for a vote. Oh, wait. Oh, thank you. So I will call for a vote on the amendment. If you approve the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are now discussing the amended resolution number 690. Thank you, Brian. The board and the leadership team at least have been discussing these concerns, frankly, since March. We value each and every one of our employees. And it's times like this that aren't fun to be in this job. It's really fun to be at graduation and, you know, at the homecoming parade and be able to represent the district and hear about the successes of our students. And we care just as much about the employees. Please trust me when I say that there is no one that takes this lightly, that we have all been devastated in many ways due to the pandemic. If there is anything that HR can do to support our transportation department, please don't hesitate to reach out. There's nothing to be, for lack of better word, ashamed about. We understand everyone has expenses, and please, please take care of yourselves financially in every way that you can, whether it's through the work share program or through unemployment. That's what those things are there for. That's what you've been paying into for years. This is devastating to an entire community, and every time we have to go through this, as David said, we're all pretty worried that this is the first one, and we want to be making decisions that keep us in the best economic position, so that it's as limited as possible. One thing that's going to help, is to encourage our community to continue to be vigilant about wearing masks and socially distancing. And this is just an example. You know, it's a tough balance in terms of seeing people in the community not wearing masks and wanting to say something, and you know, not necessarily feeling like you can. And I would just encourage all of us to be stewards for our community, and good role models in terms of wearing masks all the time. You know, we had, I'm sure it's happened other places, but examples of high school students on the first day of school, seniors taking pictures without socially distancing and no masks. So we know that us adults, you know, we can say it, but we get it. We were where you guys were, you know, however many years ago. You know, I think the best way for this message to be clear is coming from the students. So Paul and Morgan, lead your students, and we want to get back in the classroom, and it's impacting everyone in lots of different ways. So we will continue to listen to suggestions, ideas, understanding the limitations we have by law, as well as the obligations we have to make fiscally responsible decisions for the district. It falls on us. So I'm going to do a roll call vote on this one. We are voting to approve, sorry, going back to that. Voting to approve resolution number 690 as amended. Please indicate your vote as I call. Maggie Tai?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Tam?
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution 690 passes by a vote of 5-0. It's 8:19. We've been going at this since 6. I suggest we recess until 8:30.
student reps, if you would like to excuse yourselves, we usually do have the time when you can be excused. I know the school is a little different, but it still has an early start. So Paul, you know the routine. You are welcome to stay, but 8:30 is generally the time when we excuse our student reps. So if you do decide to go, have a super Friday. And Morgan, congratulations. We're glad to have you here with us.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good one. I'm taking off.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, just waiting for everybody. All right, we have our board directors back. I assume Fred and Aaron are joining us as they can and need to. I got a friendly reminder about our timing and that we have an executive session as well. I know, I know. And I just want to let everyone know, in terms of comments and redundancy, I'll put our best foot forward for the rest of this meeting, so that we can get through our agenda. If things need to get put off, we'll do that. I'd rather do that than rush through anything. Moving on to board policy 1430.
Sorry, just one quick item before we do 1430. The 1800, we sent email that was signed by all board members.
Thank you.
And I just, I super appreciate, Deborah, what you tried to do is inform the public about this. And you conveyed the sentiments of our exempt meeting appropriately and fully in agreement with everything written in the email. I'd just like to get a public vote out on record that all board members or a majority of board members agree to the email. Citizen did raise concerns regarding the email, and fully appropriate, and we should just get a on the record public vote. So I would move that the Mercer Island School Board supports the email Deborah had sent a few days ago informing the public about resolution 690 that would be looked at today. And I am looking for a second.
Seconded.
Any discussion? I do want to acknowledge that typically we do obviously discuss communications. I just wanted to, I understand. I've talked to most of you about this and our positions, and just want everyone to know that Maggie, Ty, and I did discuss this with Donna during our agenda planning. And just based on all of the circumstances, felt like it needed to go out. Which is why we provided it in the update on Friday for everyone to have an opportunity. I was a little surprised that I didn't hear from anyone on it, and meant to reach out, and just with a long weekend, it didn't happen, to make sure everyone had seen it. So this is not a action I take lightly. I believe that I was authorized to do it within the role of the president and communicating to the community something that the board had already discussed and was on board with, but very much appreciate the feedback, and know that like I said, I think this is a one-off, and if anyone has any other concerns or wants to talk about it, whether we do it in public or one-on-one, that is fine with me. I'm open to feedback. Any other comments or questions? Brian?
Yeah, just to try to be brief, I'm not sure that I see the necessity in going back to approve something that's been sent. It's interesting for the signatures to have been included on the document when it's not something that we officially voted on, but absolutely was, I think, appropriate as a communication from the president on behalf of the board and the district to communicate to the community that something was coming and something important. Especially that was so timely. So I don't know. I don't have anything specifically against going back to approve or whatever, but I don't really see the necessity in doing that. It could have been done better without the signatures and a little bit of the tenses in there, but other than that, I don't have a problem with it.
I chose to include everyone because it was the consensus at the exempt, and did not want to have it. I take full responsibility, and as president, I and not in terms of the decision, decision as a board as a whole, but if there was any miscommunication or anything that someone questioned, I take full responsibility for that. I tend to be more inclusive than exclusive, and didn't feel like it was a message that should come from me alone. And if I use someone's name without approval, I apologize for that. So we have a motion. Did you say 2? And a second. So the motion is to approve the email that was already sent. I understand the reason for it. And if you agree, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes and the board supports the email that was already sent by me. All right, now, thank you, David. I appreciate your concerns. Board policy 1430, public participation at meetings. I believe that, or I'm gonna start off with the general discussion about how and if we are gonna reinstitute public input during our board meetings. And I know the superintendent would like to start off the discussion.
So you've been, just to bring everyone up to how we've been doing this with, because of the Open Public Meeting Act, you've been using your board email as the way to address public input. And I know that during our agenda planning, Director Tucker and President Lurie and I had some conversation about how could we work through what might be some technicalities of this. So some things that I've talked with staff about as we manage this through Zoom and our processes that we used in the old format. We always would have a form when any members of the public came to give public input. We would have them fill out a form to give us their name and the agenda item or the topic. And so I would suggest that we have that form be recreated, so to speak, and put on the same board space on our website, where a member of the public could fill that out. And it would be really important that we would include on the form that they include the name on the form and make sure that that name, when they sign in on Zoom, is the same name so we can identify them in the participant. And then when, and also put a time limit on, you know, it should be probably no less than an hour before the meeting. So, and we would have it directed to Kendall's email, and then she would be able to get them all organized and sorted so that she could share them with the president, who could then call each name. Staff who's running the webinar would be able to admit that person as long as they'd use the same name. You can easily put a timer up for the 3 minutes, just like we do when we're in our usual setting, and allow the member of public to then have their 3 minutes to address their concerns. President Lurie would read the same piece that we have on our agenda about public input when we are in open about, you know, not using a student name, and if you have more than one on the same topic, to please combine them together. So that would be my suggestion, is one way, because I know you've been wanting to try and make sure that the public has that sense that they have the opportunity to give input and be heard. So those are some of the technical pieces that as staff we discussed and thought, how could we support the board in making this happen? So that would be our suggestion.
Would this be something we need to vote on? Wait, I can't see you. No. Okay. Any comments, questions? Brian.
I suggest a topic for discussion. Because of the availability of Zoom, I could see a higher volume of people wanting to weigh in. And so if we don't set a time frame around public input as a whole, I could see it running on and on. And I think once we open that door, we open that door, which I'm fully in favor of, but I think we should proactively set a time limit of 30 minutes to an hour total for public input.
I think that's a good point. Anyone else? David?
Yeah, I agree with Brian. It's a good start to think about limiting public input to about an hour. The other option we do have, and already in board policy, is anybody who sends us email can also request that their email be included in the minutes. I think the interesting piece of public discourse is by sharing publicly your input, it allows for discourse. It allows for other people to opine, yay or nay, outside of the board. And that has some benefits that we have lost in the current in the current circumstance of not having public input. So email that is included in public record is a possibility, as well as Zoom-based public input. And I concur with Brian, limiting it to 30 minutes or to an hour. Either I could start with an hour, and if it ends up being too much, we reduce it and suggest the email, which is then included in the minutes.
So that's a great option to know about. I'd really suggest limiting it to 30 hours to start with, because like on a night like tonight, we're still going and we have another meeting after this. It's going to run really late. And that's 10 people getting to speak for 3 minutes each. If that's the time limit that gets set, that's more than would typically ever speak at a regular public school board meeting. That would be my suggestion, would be to go with half an hour. But I think it would be fantastic to get people's voices, like their actual like faces and voices, back into the process, so.
Yeah.
I mean, this may be sacred, but I also want us to then rethink about if public input is really key to all that we do, and I want to make sure that we center that. Then how do we think about what are other ways to get some of our agenda items to the board, beyond at board meetings, even if it's possible. But it's just like at this time, because are we just adding on more hours, or are we, are we trying to stay within 2 hours? And then are there different ways to still communicate with us, get our input, make it public with some of the items? So just kind of want to put it out there to kind of rethink some of what we put in the agenda. Or is it all sacred and we have to address these items, or are there other different ways to present information so that we can condense that part so that we can have time for the public input?
I mean, I think that's a good point. When Donna, Maggie, Ty, and I do the agenda planning, and as others have had that experience, we really do try and look at, how heavy and long we think things are going to take. I think today, in terms of our discussion on board policies, I felt like I let it go on maybe longer than I typically would on some other issues. I think it was important that everyone had their say. I think that one way that we can do that is to make sure that we're not repeating and redundant, and I will do as best I can to keep us moving forward. But very valid point. It is in our policy that we don't go past 4 hours, 3 to past 10 o'clock under anything other than extraordinary circumstances. I think conversations like the one we had is an extraordinary circumstance, but I don't think it's common. And I think that every once in a while, like we would have had today, I think many many people who want to provide public input, but typically we don't. So I think, and we also could look at if we could look at reducing the amount of time we give people, whether we could reduce it down to 2 minutes. If we think that's appropriate, we can always go and modify that. Obviously we can't do it at the moment, but we could certainly do it for a future meeting. So it seems like the consensus is to follow Donna's scenario and put a limit on it. I'm just looking to see if 30 minutes or 60 minutes is which is the consensus there. Maggie Ty's saying 30. Thumbs up. Tam?
I'll start with 30, and then
Okay.
I think we can always add. That's a good start.
And we can always we can always extend it if we realize that it's a topic of such importance that we have a tremendous amount of input. That's something I think the board can decide on the moment. But it also is encouraging people to sign up and send in their request to speak, not at the last minute. So, because it is going to be basically at this point limited to 10 people unless we decide otherwise. So thank you for that. Donna, you have everything you need? Okay. Moving on to board 2D, Board Policy 1005, Board Officers Legislative Priorities for WASDA Legislative Assembly. Brian, to you.
Well, alrighty. So it has been officially announced that there will be a week following General Assembly to prioritize. So there's a little extra time, but it does not afford us enough time to meet again after the 24th. So our priorities really need to be set tonight or on the 24th. And then in addition to that, I also need to know how people feel about the different proposals being brought forth through permanent positions and legislative positions. So I can say right off the bat that I have a number of proposals that I would oppose at General Assembly individually. So how we discuss that as a group, I think will be important. Anyway, I think Director Den, if you have the results available, if everyone participated, I think that'd be a good place to start.
And actually, my apologies, I totally dropped the ball on this because I was able to get Deborah's input together with the last one that we had. Is it possible if I can send you the input tomorrow, Brian, and then to all of us? And can we have that? So for the 15 is very different from what you're talking about, those new positions, right? So if we can talk about the new position, but for the 15, I'm not able to put that together. And it's my fault, totally dropped the ball on that. So if I can email you that tomorrow.
So that actually might solve problems. We can bump this to September 24th. I know it's doing it the last minute, but since we all have done the work ahead of time, I don't see pulling it together being an extraordinary thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the priorities unless there were some things that people really wanted to advocate for and unless you wanted to weight them. But they kind of tend to fall into a weighting category naturally.
They do. And Brian, I know that you are passionate about one amendment in particular. Do you want to discuss that so it's on our radars, or do you want to just wait?
I can throw, if you want, I can throw out some numbers just real quick for people to directly look at within the handbook. There's about 4 pages, starting at page 8 and going through page 11. It's 4 pages that list all of the permanent positions and legislative positions in the work that's going to happen. The number one thing, and it's the number one, is the change in language to the equity statement. So that's OA1 on page 12. The initial amendment to that I am absolutely opposed to, and then there's an amendment to the amendment. There are 3 amendments to the amendments. I'm not a huge fan of any of the originating amendments of these, so I'm not really as concerned about the amendment to the amendment because I don't want the original amendment to begin with. Anyway, so my numbers are 1 was a big concern, number 3, which would be amended language to English language learners. Number 4, I'm opposed to new equity-based education system And it's a one line, it's confusing, it's not comprehensive, and so I'm opposed to it.
Just to be clear, you're talking about what the amendments that you're opposed to on the permanent position for us to take a closer look. Okay.
Some of these are amendments, some of them are eliminations, some are, and it'll explain what it is in the categories in those 4 pages. So let's see, I've got 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 is one definitely look at because it's a foundational change in the language. 9 seemed like an unnecessary change. Big ones are 14 and 15. So other permanent positions, there's a lot there. But I would recommend that everybody really take a look at those proposals. And then as we move into page 9, now these are the legislative position proposals. And I guess I'm much more lenient on these because I had a hand in all this through legislative committee. I would oppose number 18. That would be an amendment. I would oppose number 32 as the way that it's being presented as a new position proposal would be too big. It's too far gone from what was originally proposed. I want everyone to take a really close look at number 46, which is the statewide salary schedule that caused some confusion after the event last year. I think the board could go either way. I think it statewide from that lens and a lens of equity, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing. It would be a good thing. But as for Mercer Island School District, I don't know that it would fit the needs of Mercer Island School District. I want to point out that number 52, the recommendation from the legislative committee is do not pass. So I would agree with the legislative committee on that. And so I would not support number 52. And then the other one I think everyone to really take a closer look at is going to be number 62, levy authority and local effort assistance. The language as proposed would suggest that we could go to a local levy collection of $1.50 to $3 per student, whichever is larger. So it would let Mercer Island School District raise $3 per $1,000 of assess. It just is baffling to me. So take a close look at that for understanding. I mean, it would be fantastic. I don't think our taxpayers would appreciate it.
Sorry, what number was that?
That was number 62.
Okay. So Brian, since this is your wheelhouse and your expertise, do you mind doing like 2-sentence cliff notes on why you oppose?
Yeah, I can do that.
The background, and you don't understand, even though they have it there, right? And what they have there sounds good, but then I would like your understanding of specifically why you oppose them, so that we can.
Yeah, I can bring those. I can suggest those ahead of time for our next meeting on the 24th, and anyone else who goes through these and sees other things. I'm drawing your eye to these, but there may be other pieces that other folks don't agree with. So I encourage everyone to kind of do this process. The very last one is number 64, government to government consultation. I'm 50-50 on this one. I'm on the fence, but I think it'll be really interesting for all of you to look at this because the language is interesting. So those are the numbers I got to you. And then for our next meeting, I'll put together a little document with a quick description of why I would oppose. Some of it is just like this amendment language isn't necessary to, this like fundamentally changes or eliminates something that's really intentional that would be bad. And the only reason this all comes up together at once is this is the first time that all of these components are being put together in a general assembly. Normally, this particular work for permanent positions would be handled at delegate assembly in December. Unfortunately, there are no bylaws being changed or proposed for change. Otherwise, that would also be a whole section of stuff happening. So there's just so much more happening this year than has happened in the past.
All right.
But yeah, those pages 8 through 11 is your kind of guide to all of the major business that's going to happen. There'll be debate on the floor, but any chance for amendments or amendments on amendments, all of that is passed now. So everything that we're voting on is in the document. And then they finally included an index on the wasda.org/GA page. There's a section 3 now, which is an index of the standing legislative positions. So it's now available to see if you're interested.
All right. Any questions? Okay, so we will all be fully prepared to expediently go through that discussion on the 24th. Moving on to board policy, full governance process monitoring and language review, board policy 1800 OE4 staff compensation. What am I doing with this? All right, so we are determining whether or not the superintendent is in compliance. So who am I deferring to? Or I guess the question is, do we want to start with the motion?
Ty, are you walking through this one?
This one is a monitoring level 1.
Okay.
So normally it is just something that it is a process where the board reads through and has a motion as to whether or not the superintendent is in compliance for the items. The second one to come out does have a level 2 where staff will do some presentation.
All right. So let's start with a motion and then we can have discussion as needed.
I move we find the superintendent in compliance of OE4 staff compensation.
Actually, I have a question. Can we find in compliance before we have a discussion? Shouldn't we have a discussion?
Oh, we're doing the motion, we'll discuss, then we'll vote.
So, okay, this is like, I'm still trying to figure out this process because, so my question is here is like, so I want to, with what has been written right here, it's just saying that we have a comprehensive package, but then what is that pack? So for me, I would like to know more. So it's kind of a little bit backwards that we're finding that the superintendent is in compliance. Then we're going to talk about how she's in compliance without flushing it out. I'm sorry, it's been late, so my brain is.
Well, we have the motion and second, and then we can discuss any concerns that anyone has with regards to whether or not the superintendent is in compliance.
Okay, so we're just making a motion to talk about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, the motion is to approve it, and in the process of seconding it, and we then have a discussion as to which way we want to vote.
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion, any concerns about anything in OE4 staff compensation?
So my move for approval would be because in light of the fact that we now have a contract, and that's pretty much proof. That's the cake. So we have a contract with our staff, and that has been approved by the board as well as I believe the union.
And sorry, I'm having issues with my computer.
And we're in compliance with
Okay.
federal labor standards, et cetera, the other two things.
Yes, we are.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that we are fully staffed or pretty darn close to fully staffed is evidence that we have a compensation package that allows recruitment of high caliber candidates. Anyone have any other questions or comments?
So,
I
Go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry, I would add to it as well that, so we just did this bargain for these groups, but there are other groups that meet and confer as well, which is included with staff. And so we receive regular updates about that information and approve all of that as we move along. So long as all of those agreements have met the threshold for the board to give approval for that, I think would support compliance on behalf of the superintendent.
So I don't have any issues with, I agree that we have a contract that we all agree on. And so when like I said, it's really, sometimes my brain thinks in a different way when it's later. But when I think about attracting high quality staff and reward employees, and I'm always trying to think about, in our work for diversity hires and making sure that there's equity and all that, how is all that, is that included, or are we just looking at our contract as an example of compensation package? Is there other things, because I'm only seeing what is presented. So I just wanted to know, are there other things that are happening behind the scene? Or when we talk about compensation packet, we're just talking about the contracts, and that is what I should judge it on. Does that make sense? And if it is, then, I'm fine with the contract that we have. But I guess, how do we really, so this is not a Donna kind of issue. It's kind of like a system issue, because a lot of our monitoring is the fact that we have it, that we think, oh, we're good. But as we're doing a system, like, what is our kind of outcome, right? To show that we are really able to maintain the highest, right? So I'm just thinking about more of the evaluation component, or that's not what we're looking for in monitoring one.
Brian? Yeah.
I would say there are some components where we've examined the marketplace and have seen side-by-side comparisons of where salaries are in the marketplace, the surrounding reasonable marketplace, along with what is being offered here within the district. So those are documents that are available in the record. Additionally, I think we could look to and I'm going to get the name of the policy wrong. It is the affirmative action and what's the second part of the title?
Workforce diversification plan.
Thank you.
Is that what you're referencing?
Thank you. Yes, that's what I am. And in that plan is where the district, by law, is required to look at the workforce in our surrounding areas and compare that to the people that are being employed within our district, and then to see whether or not we're moving reasonably towards meeting those goals in those areas. And so in that sense of reasonable compliance, that would be an important element, which is also a part of the record.
When if I may speak, I think that this OE is specifically with respect to compensation. And if you look at number 1, it's about compensation and benefit plans. So it is narrowly tailored not to address those other issues which are addressed elsewhere, to answer your question. So it may be a system issue, but I think we're at this point in the system, and there are other stations within the system to check things like diversification, things like that.
Okay, good clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? The motion is to find the superintendent in compliance with OE4 staff compensation. If you approve, please indicate by saying aye or showing me in some way. Aye, and I say aye. Any opposed? The board does find the superintendent in compliance of OE4 staff compensation by a vote of 5-0. Board policy 1800 OE5 staff evaluation and instructional practices. Level 1 is all level 1 except for item 2 is level 2. So let's start with a motion, and then I will turn to whoever is presenting, which I assume is Fred.
I move we find the superintendent in compliance with OE5 staff evaluation and instructional practices. Sorry,
Second.
Brian.
And it is level 2 regarding number 2. So Fred, any comments you'd like to make?
Great, thank you. This was an interesting one this year because typically when we hit March, we head right into really the final phase of the evaluation process with our certificated and most of our classified staff members. We really think of that April timeframe of when we're really trying to close out the evaluation process for the educators who are newest to our district. And then we spend May really working on finalizing the evaluation of our continuing employees, or ones who have been teaching or working with us for more than at least a year. And then all throughout that is working with our classified staff. You might recall we had a conversation that we brought to you as part of the updates due to the impact of the school facility closure last spring, that OSPI came out with some new guidance with respect to how we ended up the last school year and how we can make adjustments moving forward with TPEP. So what I tried to do in the report this year is give you some of the overview of what we typically do, but then put in here a rather large section of how COVID-19 impacted the evaluation process. And so there's a chart on there that goes along, and it really just lays out, you know, kind of what's the scenario that one of our staff members on the certificated side in particular would be on. Then what was OSPI's recommendation in April? They released this pretty early in April. And then there's some clarifying comments about what that meant for our contract and for our teachers. And by and large, I think it was really about the reasonable person standard and taking into account some of that do no harm language that we used with students. We knew that we were shifting to a vastly different environment without any preparation. And so the intent was to not penalize staff members and to try to use the evaluation tool as the hammer or whatnot, but rather let's look at it through the lens of how do we embrace the challenge before us, not let the evaluation process get in the way of some of the really important work we were trying to do with students and the system last year. And so it was quite different coming down the home stretch because, excuse me, the way that we kind of wrapped up some of the scores or moved someone, you know, from comprehensive 1 to comprehensive 2 was slightly altered last year. Looking ahead in the forecast to this year, you may have noticed in the COVID MOU that Aaron went over with you earlier this evening, there is a section on evaluations because OSPI has once again come up with some changes and some alterations to the process this year. A couple things that I just wanted to note off of that as we kind of look to the future is, you know, things like when, you know, educators who were on comprehensive kind of in their second year, rather than focusing on all 8 criterion, which is part of the comprehensive evaluation, they're going to be focusing on 2 of those to really hone in. So it's more narrow in scope. A teacher or an educator still in the focused area, they'll continue to focus on 1 of the domains. So that's an example of a little bit of shift that you'll see in next year's report. I just bring that up just to illustrate that you know, the impact coming down the home stretch last year is what really kind of changed the dynamic of the report this year. But then we also tried to leave in there, what are the things that we're always trying to do as educators to improve? I will tell you by and large, most of our teachers and our certificated staff and most of our classified staff, they're sometimes their own worst critic. They will be the first ones to point out their flaws, or when you're meeting with them in an evaluation conference, they want to go right to the negative. Yeah, I wish this would have gone better. I missed this opportunity with this student or this group of students. So much of the true learning is that reflection that our staff is engaging in with their evaluators. There are certainly those times when you have to be very directive. There are those times when it's collaborative, and there are those times when it's non-directive. But I think our principals are constantly striving to try to forge new relationships and open up opportunities to obviously continuously improve. On the principal side of things, they too had a slight amendment last year in how they were evaluated. But one of the components of the training of our new evaluators is they go through the stage 1 and stage 2 training of the Danielson framework. And our 3 newest evaluators, Mr. Kelly, Miss Kelly, and Miss Isaacson, they will be participating in that as well, per the state laws there. So overall, things are shifting and changing, and they're a bit dynamic, but I would say that we're continuing to try to uphold the pillars that we have. And it's actually even in our contract where the evaluation process is about differentiating and tailoring the process to our individual staff, collaborating, and certainly finding ways to affirm some of the great work that's happening or help to change the direction in others. So with that, I'm happy to take questions, but that's a broad overview.
Any questions or comments? Maggie Ty?
Just super quick one. Kind of what's the digital equivalent of a classroom visit now?
I think we are working on all of that right now, but you know, some of the things you may have seen recently are what we call drop-ins. You know, as we've been going around, I had a chance to drop in on a algebra class at the high school. I've been in on a 4th grade classroom at Northwood. I was in on a kindergarten classroom at Northwood. So we're just doing rounds, and they're really just drop-ins at this point. As we get into the year, it's going to be more of really the principal coming into the Zoom meeting with the class and having that pre-conference with the teacher. What are you hoping to achieve? You know, what's this going to look like? And then they'll be sitting in on the Zoom meeting just like they would be an observer in a classroom. So it's certainly going to be different, but I think that's also why there's some of the shift this year to take into account that this isn't the natural way that everyone was trained. And so how are we evaluating the overall effectiveness? I think the evaluation is really in how are we getting better week after week, month after month, until we eventually get back into the classroom. But I think there will also be an interesting point at which some of the evaluation may have been done in a virtual sense, and then we're moving back into classrooms, and now it's there, and the dynamics will change. And so it's going to be interesting. You bet.
I really appreciate the detailed report, and I love the fact that the evaluation process is so detailed and concrete, and that information is used to further support our teachers, and that even we have stipends to offer for really individual focused further development. That's great that we have as part of this. So I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, that's the level 2 director did when we talk about a level 2 monitoring. Those are specific items that the board has previously called out for that more detailed report because it is of significance in nature.
Any other questions or comments?
I'd just like to say thank you, Fred. You had actually already answered my question regarding evaluations in the new online circumstances, and I'm glad to hear and super encouraged that people are getting regular feedback and will be continuously improving in a friendly way. This isn't what anybody expected, and I certainly hope we can deliver a great education to our kids in an online environment in a way that's encouraging and respectful of both students and teachers. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Motion before us is to find the superintendent in compliance with OE5 staff evaluation and instructional practices. Please indicate your support by saying aye or showing me aye in some way. And any opposed? The board does find the superintendent in compliance by a vote of 5-0, sorry. Moving on to full governance process monitoring and language review, board policy 1008, annual agenda planning. This is just the language review, right? Okay, so I'm going to give everyone a minute to take a peek. Any suggestions for modifications? No. Nope. Hearing none. Oh, Brian.
Sorry, as I'm just moving down to number 3, pointing that out to Director Din, it speaks to the consent agenda, and I didn't know if you had any considerations for items on the consent agenda or any input you'd like to put in there. You had kind of talked about that earlier in the meeting.
Not anything specifically. It was just kind of for us to really rethink and prioritize what needs to be presented in public, what can be done in other, presented publicly, but in other format, as for us to make sure that we save time for the public comment. But there's nothing specifically.
All right, seeing none, we will move on to consent agenda. Looking for a motion.
I move we approve the consent agenda as published.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I'd also like to do a shout out to Brandy Fox. Her contract is being renewed and reapproved in this. She's been tremendous towards helping us with the capital projects, as well as previously the building of the schools. I think she's phenomenal and has been a huge asset to the district. So thank you very much to Brandy for all the work she has done. And I hope in terms of this pandemic and schools being closed, we can pull forward some items, but that's just a wishful thinking. No action required. So thank you very much.
David, you were reading my mind. Anyone opposed to approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0. Superintendent's announcements.
I will be brief. Just a reminder to everyone that tomorrow is the anniversary of 9/11, and I would like to remind everyone to take some time to remember those events. In school, we always try to have that be part of announcements and a recognition for our students who, our younger students weren't alive when that happened, but it did change the course of history, and that remembrance is significant for everyone. Some announcements for the board. We have some study sessions coming up. They were in the update, but I want to remind you all that we have a special meeting for a study session on September 15th. So that is next Tuesday. It is from 5 to 6:30. It is around the inclusionary practices. We will be working with the consultant that is in the WASA grant around UDL and inclusionary practices, Katie Novak. Then prior to our September 24th regular meeting at 6, we'll have a 5 o'clock study session as a follow-up to that inclusionary practices in UDL, where we will be working through equity, UDL for Equity, and that will be with Katie Novak and her partner in her new book, Equity by Design. And so it ties into that equity work that we've been talking about as well. And then one more special meeting study session to remind the board of on October 7th from 5 to 7. We will be working with Tricia Lubach from WASDA on board governance best practices. And I will be sending a survey to all of you to complete. It will be anonymous, but we'll be able to use the results of that to guide our discussion on the 7th. Those are the only things I have. I do need to do a bit of a shout out to our colleague districts, particularly in Pierce County, who have been dramatically impacted by the recent fires. I know that they had to close school in Sumner Bonnie Lake for the first day of school. So some real tragedy went on there. I want to keep everyone cognizant of that. And just on a bit of a personal note on my side, I know many of you know that I was formerly the superintendent in Paradise, California, that was completely devastated by wildfires in 2018. And I was very saddened to hear this morning that they are they're at risk again. There's another fire burning very near them. And tragic, scary situation. Stay safe, everyone, and try not to breathe in too much of this smoke. That's all my announcements.
Thank you. Board announcements, reports. Anyone? I'm going to go just really super quick that during this time, I think it's really important to point out that it is World Suicide Prevention Day, that the OSPI posted, they'll learn. We know that our students and staff and families have been tremendously impacted by COVID. And trust me, in my other life, when I say that mental health concerns are at an all-time high. The learn is look for signs, empathize and listen, ask directly about suicide, remove the dangers and next steps. Our kids are growing up, and when they express comments of suicide or statements of suicide, it is legit and not pushy to say, are you thinking about hurting yourself? It's really important to do. I know our teachers are trained to do that, and unfortunately probably have to do it more often or way too often. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention for today to think about. I think that's it. In terms of our study sessions with Katie Novak, I just actually ordered her new book. I know Donna has it. I just ordered her new book on Amazon, and I don't think it's coming for a couple weeks, like till the end of the month. So I don't know that I'll have a chance to read it before she talks to us about that, but it's out there. If anyone is interested, just do a little Google search.
I did get a copy if anyone wants to borrow it from me.
Oh, awesome.
I haven't opened it yet, but I'd be happy to share it with somebody if they want.
What's it called? Okay.
Yeah, the Equity by Design is the new one. And there's really a great one. I actually am getting it tomorrow, the one for parents, a parent guide in supporting your kids. And that is it. We'll be moving to executive session where no action will be taken, and we will reconvene the regular meeting for adjournment. Are we gonna have trouble doing that again?
We may, because I believe I am the host. So Fred, I'm sorry to tell you, I know you won't be in executive session, but I do need you to leave this open so that at least the president can return to adjourn.
Absolutely.
And the rest of you should have a link in your calendar for executive session. I am going to text our outside counsel that will be joining us in executive session. It's a little bit later than he anticipated. So I will join and see you there.
Are we thinking an hour?
I think it should only be about 30 minutes.
Okay, so we will plan to reconvene at 10 o'clock. All right, and let's go straight to executive session, to the hour, unless someone needs like 2 minutes, but otherwise, see you in a sec. Yeah, yeah, go run and do whatever, and then we'll see you just as quick as possible. You came back too.
I didn't want you to be alone.
That's so sweet. Hey, Fred.
Hello.
Donna said she was going to come back too, but it's 10:05 on a motion to adjourn by
David.
David. No, he
Oh,
said
it was Maggie time.
Maggie Ty, seconded by Brian and David, and a vote of 5-0. The meeting is adjourned. The executive session took place and no action was taken. Thanks, everybody. Have a good
Have
night.
a good night.
Thank you for hanging out, Fred.
You bet. So long.